Chapter 865, Two Conditions. Chapter 865, Two Conditions. Facing Situ Haotian's question, Old Man Good Fortune said at a moderate pace, "I would like Divine Emperor Haotian to agree to two conditions." Do continue. Situ Haotian's complexion was downcast. It was impossible to tell just what he was thinking at the moment. Firstly, about the two saint artifact treasures with Situ Yaoyu, both you and little friend Lin Lanjian here will take a step back. Of the two saint artifacts, little friend Lin Lanjian will be able to take his choice of one. What? Old Man Good Fortune hadn't even finished speaking when Situ Yaoshi cried out in alarm and anger. She really would have liked to shove her middle finger at Old Man Good Fortune's nose and hurl insults at him, but she didn't have the courage to do so. Senior Good Fortune, while I do respect you as a senior, today you have clearly shown favor and bias towards Lin Lanjian. The Demon God Heartguard Mirror and the Great Desolate Blood Halberd are both national treasures of my Azura Divine Kingdom, so why should we give them to him? Old Man Good Fortune chuckled and then slowly said, "Because of principle." Situ Yaoshi was so angry that she felt her intestines twisting. Old Man Good Fortune had made it clear that her Azura Divine Kingdom was the one being unreasonable and unprincipled. Today's matter, since it is a life or death struggle, then even if the Demon God Heartguard Mirror and Great Desolate Blood Halberd were to be taken by little friend Lin Lanjian, then by all rights, there shouldn't be any problems. You should know when to take a step back and be able to tell the difference between right and wrong. Although Old Man Good Fortune's words were spoken calmly, everyone present was able to discern the warning within them. But how could this possibly convince Situ Yaoshi? Her face was grim as she said, "While I may not be in the right today, strength is always the greatest truth. Why should my noble divine kingdom bother speaking about principles with this little bastard?" As she spoke, all of the martial artists present were flabbergasted. Situ Yaoshi was truly shameless to the point of not caring about face. This had been a life or death struggle fought in front of many of the world's martial artists. However, upon her loss, not only had she gone back on her promise, she also spoke confidently, as if she were in the right. At this time, a light laugh echoed out. "Situ Yaoshi, you keep on breaking your promises and yet still dare to act so righteously about things. You have truly opened my mind." As everyone heard these words, they were quite startled. Anyone that would dare say such provocative words must undoubtedly be a Divine Sea powerhouse. There was another Divine Sea powerhouse joining the fray. Everyone followed the voice to see a beautiful fairy-like woman flying in the wind, her white clothes fluttering about her. She was Fairy Snowgale, with a handsome young man standing above a golden divine carriage at her side. This young man had a heavenly, jade-like appearance. He was the Nine-Furnace Crown Prince, Yang Yun. Fairy Snowgale. Yang Yun. I've heard that Fairy Snowgale has already long since reached the peak of the early Divine Sea realm. Moreover, she's not too old. She should have a high chance of breaking into the middle Divine Sea realm. Fairy Snowgale comes from the White Clan, and the White Clan is part of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. They had problems with the Azura Divine Kingdom to begin with, so Fairy Snowgale certainly isn't afraid of offending Situ Haotian. Fairy Snowgale is also stepping in, and things are really becoming interesting. All of the martial artists present had the mindset of watching these entertaining events play out. Out of the four divine kingdoms, the Azura Divine Kingdom was the only one that followed the demonic path. They were a nation of people who recklessly followed their most debased natures, and were naturally cruel and violent individuals. It was inevitable that they had managed to offend a great number of influences. Thus, the Azura Divine Kingdom had a very poor reputation around the world. As people saw Old Man Good Fortune, Fairy Snowgale, and even Yang Yun step forwards, all of them were secretly taking pleasure in the Azura Divine Kingdom's troubles. Strength is indeed the greatest truth. Thus, if you really plan on waging war, do you really believe the Azura Divine Kingdom will occupy the overwhelming advantage? Fairy Snowgale slowly said with a tranquil expression. Her words lacked any killing intent, and she spoke as if she were just discussing the weather. However, the implicit meaning in her words left Situ Haotian drenched in cold sweat. Fairy Snowgale's meaning was that once war started, she would join Lin Ming along with Old Man Good Fortune. If that happened, then the Azura Divine Kingdom's fate could be easily imagined. No matter how haughty and domineering Sichu Yaoshi was, she still didn't dare to speak up anymore at this point. In this dimensional realm, the Azura Divine Kingdom was surrounded by countless enemies on all sides. Before, these enemies had been deterred by Sichu Haotian's strength. None had dared to step forwards. They were afraid that if a fight broke out, they would be severely wounded, or even killed by him. But now that the massive tree of Old Man Good Fortune was sheltering them, these people no longer felt the least bit of pressure in revealing themselves. Moreover, Fairy Snowgale had thoughts of befriending Lin Ming to begin with, so stepping forwards at this time was also an appropriate matter. Sichu Haotian's complexion became increasingly dismal. He didn't even greet Fairy Snowgale, but instead coldly said to Old Man Good Fortune, "Senior Good Fortune, please speak your second condition." Fairy Snowgale thought little of it. She naturally sauntered near Lin Ming's side, obviously with the meaning of shielding him. At such a close distance, Lin Ming could even smell the light and airy fragrance drifting from Fairy Snowgale's body. Although he knew perfectly well just why Fairy Snowgale had stepped up now, she had still helped him. Lin Ming recorded this graciousness in his heart. The second condition. Old Man Good Fortune stroked his grey beard and faintly smiled. That is to place Sichu Yaoyu in the Forsaken God Clan's Realmheart Great Hall for 3 years. You may send someone to guard her for this time period, but she cannot be allowed to leave the Realmheart Great Hall by even a single step. I believe that the Forsaken God Clan will assure us that Sichu Yaoyu will remain absolutely safe. What? Sichu Haotian's thick eyebrows shot up. This condition basically meant that he wanted to take Sichu Yaoyu as a hostage. Even a fool could see that Sichu Yaoshi and Sichu Bonan would continue to hunt down Lin Ming. If Lin Ming stayed in the Forsaken God Clan, then he would certainly be safe. However, if he went out to adventure, then he would be in grave danger. If the Azura Divine Kingdom finally lost all rationale and reasoning in the end, then they might even truly make war with the Forsaken God Clan. The reason that Old Man Good Fortune wanted to take Sichu Yaoyu as a hostage was to give Lin Ming 3 years. With Lin Ming's speed of growth, this was the time that Old Man Good Fortune decided Lin Ming would need in order to gain the strength to preserve his life in front of a divine sea powerhouse. Absolutely impossible. Sichu Yaoshi barked out like a rabid dog. Why should I believe the Forsaken God Clan? Why should I imprison Yaoyu here? As Shabai heard Old Man Good Fortune's second condition, his eyes began to shine. This was indeed a very good method. He stepped forwards and said, "My Forsaken God Clan's Realmheart Great Hall is the fulcrum that supports the heart of this dimensional realm. Even someone on the level of the highest under the heavens will find it impossible to break through. Sichu Yaoyu will have absolute safety within, and you can also have someone sent over to guard her. As for us killing Sichu Yaoyu, you don't have to be an idiot to know that we wouldn't do something so unreasonable. Sichu Yaoshi, your reaction just now was so dramatic. Could it be possible that you were already thinking of ways to eliminate little brother Lin in these next few years?" Facing Shabai's question, Sichu Yaoshi's eyes revealed a thick killing intent. Indeed, she had been preparing to deal with Lin Ming. Assassination, murder, whatever it took, she would stop at nothing to slaughter him. However, if they controlled Yaoyue's life, then that was the same as holding on to her throat. How could she possibly agree to this? Old Man Good Fortune didn't have much of an expression. He looked towards Sichu Haotian, Divine Emperor Haotian. "What do you think?" Sichu Haotian's originally narrowed eyes slowly opened, a terrifying, breathtaking light suddenly bursting from within. At this moment, Sichu Haotian's aura suddenly surged outwards, causing all of the martial artists present to gasp out loud. It was like an ancient vicious beast had suddenly awoken from a deep slumber. Sichu Haotian had always been hiding his abilities. 2,500 years ago, when he was just 90 years old, he had taken his 7th stage life destruction cultivation and successfully crossed the Divine Sea. The only aspect in which he was inferior to Sichu Yaoyu was her extreme violet dantian. It had already been several hundred years since he had last fought, and it was rumored that he was the top powerhouse amongst all Middle Divine Sea martial artists. It was said that he was only weaker than the 9-furnace highest Divine Emperor and the Sublime Smelting Imperial Granduncle, and that he was stronger than the 7-star Divine Emperor. As for where the limits of his true strength lay, no one knew. This is Sichu Haotian planning to fight? What can he do in this situation? Is he planning on fighting both Old Man Good Fortune and Fairy Snowgale? That is impossible. No kidding. Once they begin to fight, then the Azura Divine Kingdom will lose without a doubt. Even if Sichu Haotian were much stronger than he was now, the solemn dignity and majesty of Old Man Good Fortune was already stamped into everyone's hearts. He was an unrivaled powerhouse that had already lived for 8,000 years, an existence close to being the highest under the heavens. Moreover, despite the fact that he didn't come from a sect or family clan, he was still able to reach this level today. In these 8,000 years, it was impossible to count how many people he must have killed or how many life or death situations he had survived. Although he looked kind and benign like an old grandfather on the outside, who knew just what sort of terrifying ability he would show once he broke out in anger. That would truly be an earth-shaking scene. However, the event that no one thought could possibly happen was actually happening. Sichu Haotian suddenly stepped forwards, his eyes blazing as he looked at Old Man Good Fortune. Senior Good Fortune, as you say, strength is the greatest truth in the martial world. I have always diligently and eagerly tried to increase my own strength. However, for the last 1,000 years, although I gained a few faint understandings on my martial road, I am still stranded at the bottleneck between the middle and late Divine Sea realm, and have been unable to make a breakthrough. Now that I am so lucky to see Senior today, I hope that Senior can give me advice on 3 moves so that I might gain some lucky insights. Senior, what do you think? Sichu Haotian's surprising words were stubborn to the point of death. Although his tone was polite, and he had limited this spar to 3 moves, it still didn't change the fact that he had challenged Old Man Good Fortune. Sichu Haotian was an absolute madman. He's crazy. Sichu Haotian wants to fight Old Man Good Fortune. Stop making such a fuss over nothing. Sichu Haotian is an extremely smart person. If he limits himself to 3 moves, then he might be able to withstand it. As people were talking, it was unknown just who was it that said, "Speaking of it, I fear that Old Man Good Fortune is probably reaching the end of his natural life." As the martial artists present heard this, all of them were bewildered. That's right. A late Divine Sea powerhouse was said to have 10,000 years of life, but the truth was that they often lived to only 8,000 to 9,000 years of life. There were many reasons for this. For instance, they might overdraw their life or be wounded in battle, or perish as they explored a mystic realm. Whatever the reasons were, the truth was that very few late Divine Sea powerhouses lived to be 9,000 years old. To a martial artist, time was their most terrifying opponent. The martial arts road could be said to be a daily struggle with the heavens. In the currently known martial arts boundary, no one had ever been able to obtain eternal life. No matter how remarkable or talented you were, and whether you were an unrivaled emperor or the highest under the heavens, in the end, time would slowly sap away all of your strength. Time would age you until the fires of your life were exhausted, and you finally died. Old Man Good Fortune was already reaching the end of his natural life. But all reasons given, he shouldn't have much of his peak strength remaining. On the other hand, Sichu Haotian was only 2,600 years old. He was at the age when a middle Divine Sea powerhouse was in their prime, their combat strength having reached its peak. If they truly fought, then although Sichu Haotian might not be able to win, he still might have the strength to protect himself. Also, this was only for 3 moves. Sichu Haotian only needed to survive 3 moves and create a draw. That would be enough to have his name shock the world, frightening everyone, and at that time, Old Man Good Fortune would also be too embarrassed to continue. The reason that Old Man Good Fortune was able to mediate the situation today was because he relied on his strength and status as someone close to the highest under the heavens. But, if he fought Sichu Haotian and still couldn't prevail in 3 moves, then what basis did he have to stick his nose into their business? Once Old Man Good Fortune retreated, then Fairy Snowgale and Yang Yun naturally would have no reason to step forwards anymore. Thus, this was the reason he had only proposed 3 moves. Chapter 866, Divide the Void. Chapter 866, Divide the Void. The situation had originally been disadvantageous for the Azura Divine Kingdom, but Sichu Haotian's miraculous chess move had caused the road to curve once more, adding new variable. In this fight, if he could end it in a draw, then not only would Sichu Haotian gain immeasurable fame, enough to deter the world, but he would also be able to solve Sichu Yaoyue's problem. He must defeat Sichu Haotian in 3 moves or at least dominate him. Otherwise it will be impossible for him to command everyone's respect. Can Old Man Good Fortune really do this? If this were 4,000 years ago when Old Man Good Fortune was still at his peak state, then that certainly wouldn't be a problem. But now, I think the situation is an unknown. Sichu Haotian is too cunning and limited this match to only 3 moves. Old Man Good Fortune can't change anything now even if he wanted to. After all, he's the senior here. Perhaps Old Man Good Fortune will avoid this battle and use some casual excuse to refuse Sichu Haotian. Although this will be enough to save his face, that will be the same as showing weakness. He won't be able to meddle in Lin Lanjian's affairs anymore. Everyone's eyes turned to Old Man Good Fortune. Shabai and the other Forsaken God Clan martial artists looked a bit tense. All of them couldn't help but think that 8,000 years of life really did seem just a bit too old. And didn't this elderly man seem as if he were in the last years of his life? To suppress Sichu Haotian with overwhelming strength in 3 moves, the chances were a bit unknown. Old Man Good Fortune's blue clothes fluttered in the wind. He held on to his peach walking stick, a kind and benevolent smile still hanging on his face. However, as this smile fell into the eyes of others, it appeared abstruse and profound. Old Man Good Fortune lightly coughed and said, "You know, being so stubborn isn't always good." These words didn't show if Old Man Good Fortune was planning to accept the match or not. Sichu Haotian's eyebrows shot up. "Senior Good Fortune, do you have no intention of directing this emperor?" "Ha." Old Man Good Fortune stroked his white beard and said with a smile, "I don't think I can direct you, but for a senior to be able to exchange some moves with a junior, at least this old man's legacy might not be wasted in the coffin. This can also be considered good fortune." The surrounding martial artists all became excited as they heard Old Man Good Fortune speak. He had really decided to fight. Those 2 were among the top powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent. This sort of fight could be said to be rarer than a once-in-a-millennium battle. Existences of their level would only fight in the eruption of a national war or to compete for lucky chances. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't bother fighting. If they did vigorously battle, then they would have to consume their energy. Once they damaged their life source or harmed the fires of their life, the gains simply wouldn't be equal to the losses. Sichu Haotian narrowed his eyes. At this moment he was like a massive dragon that was charging his strength, containing a potent and terrifying power within him. Once he erupted, it would truly be an earth-shaking event. Old Man Good Fortune grasped his peach walking stick and hobbled over to stand in front of Sichu Haotian. Compared to Sichu Haotian's dominating aura, he was simply like a normal old man without any special characteristics at all. "Senior Good Fortune, let's go up." At this time, Sichu Haotian's fighting spirit was blazing. He had no intention of underestimating Old Man Good Fortune at all. He would go all out in this battle. He could not lose. "All right." Old Man Good Fortune's feet lifted off from the ground as he floated upwards without a sound. His green ox mount rode over from the clouds to position itself underneath Old Man Good Fortune's feet. Like this, Old Man Good Fortune rode his green ox and ascended into the skies. The 2 flew 10,000 feet high in the air. As for the younger martial artists, they had moved far into the distance under the direction of their elders. Those who were still staying within the 10-mile range were all powerful characters. A battle between Divine Sea Supreme Elders. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, his heart filling with anticipation. This would be the most high-level battle he had witnessed to date. Near Lin Ming, Shabai was a bit worried. Just what would the result of this match be? Could Old Man Good Fortune really subdue Sichu Haotian in 3 moves? "Senior Good Fortune, do you not plan on putting away your mount?" 10,000 feet in the air, Sichu Haotian frowned a bit as he saw Old Man Good Fortune ride up on his green ox. Once this battle began, it would definitely be an apocalyptic scene. That mount would be crushed into goo. No need. This green ox will ride into battle with me. Old Man Good Fortune said with a smile. Sichu Haotian guessed that the green ox was some sort of contract beast, but he didn't care too much about it. It was a perfectly justified matter for a martial artist to fight with their contract beast. Divine Emperor Haotian, you may make your move. Old Man Good Fortune reminded him. Then this emperor shall do as you wish. At this time, Sichu Haotian naturally wouldn't care about modesty or humility. In this battle he had to guarantee at least a draw. If he was able to put pressure on Old Man Good Fortune, then that would be even better. Sichu Haotian had kept a low profile for all these years and had collected a number of special trump abilities. Facing this Old Man Good Fortune, who was near the end of his life, he was confident he could put pressure on him. Bang! A great strength erupted. Sichu Haotian extracted a black halberd from his spatial ring. This war halberd was 10 feet long and released bursts of fierce black light. The shaft of the halberd was etched with compact and complex patterns. This was impressively a quasi-saint artifact. Counting this unknown black halberd, the Azura Divine Kingdom had continually revealed 2 quasi-saint artifacts and 1 saint artifact. Among them, although the demon god Heartguard mirror was a quasi-saint level artifact, because it was a defensive treasure, its value was in no way inferior to an offensive saint artifact. At this time, Sichu Haotian's thick black hair was flying in the wind. He seemed like a god that overlooked mortals, looking down at the world with arrogance and contempt. God murder. A loud ringing cry emerged from the black war halberd, followed by an endless amount of energy that extended outwards like a growing galaxy. Sichu Haotian had used the strongest killing move of the Great Desolate Halberd art, a move that required the strength of the Divine Sea to use. Facing this terrifying strike, Old Man Good Fortune still rode on his green ox. His blue clothes gently waved in the wind. With a calm expression, he lifted his hands and drew a line downwards. A star-like energy suddenly appeared like a fleeting illusion, falling down and cutting off the world. Bang! Sichu Haotian's terrifying attack smashed towards Old Man Good Fortune. However, just as his attack reached 10 feet away, it simply vanished into the void, disappearing forever. It was like an invisible endless abyss had appeared in front of Old Man Good Fortune. Any energy that came towards him simply faded away with no trace left. What? All of the martial artists watching from afar were dumbfounded. Sichu Haotian's horrifying attack had vanished just like that. Old Man Good Fortune still calmly rode his green ox, his blue clothes fluttering in the wind. As this scene fell into everyone's watching eyes, they felt an inestimable feeling. Lin Ming was also stricken. Old Man Good Fortune had easily divided space. At this time, although Old Man Good Fortune was standing still and seemed close by, the truth was that he was in a completely separate world. Between him and Sichu Haotian was an invisible moat that could not be crossed. No matter what sort of monstrous supernatural strength came rushing towards him, it would all fall into this unknown space, unable to harm even a single hair of Old Man Good Fortune. Just how deep did one's comprehension of the space laws have to be in order to use such a heaven-defying ability with such casual ease? Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. The concepts of space, thunder, and fire were all the same in that they were divided into multiple levels. Until now, Lin Ming had only encountered a single level, and that was to distort and shrink space. His elusive and ghostly attacks and movements all depended on this. It was the first time that he had seen Old Man Good Fortune's method of utilizing the concept of space. Without a doubt, Old Man Good Fortune's actions today had opened up a great mystical door for Lin Ming. With his first attack unsuccessful, Sichu Haotian was still calm without the least bit of panic. Everything had gone as he had expected. Heavens divide. Senior Good Fortune's technique is truly astounding. Since the first move failed, here is the second. As Sichu Haotian spoke to hear, he suddenly emitted a loud shout. His voice didn't even seem as if it could be that of a human. In that instant, a savage dragon seemed to awaken within his body. His joints began to emit popping sounds and his muscles rose, bulging out in all directions. His body began to grow, and in just several breaths of time he actually grew a whole 10 feet taller. His muscles had become as hard as rock. His face was ferocious and ravenous, and both his eyes were a bright blood red. After transforming his body, Sichu Haotian's aura had soared by several times, the power of his blood vitality billowing into the sky like a blazing blame. At this time, he was filled with insufferable arrogance, like a demon god that had arrived in the world, overlooking all of existence. Even if Old Man Good Fortune was able to divide the void, Sichu Haotian now had sufficient strength to break it. As Lin Ming saw Sichu Haotian morph his body, he was startled. Sichu Haotian's body had actually become that of a giant demon. Just how had he done this? In that moment, he could clearly feel a rich and pure giant demon bloodline from within Sichu Haotian. This bloodline was exactly the same as the giant demon blood essence that Lin Ming had seen when he opened the cosmic melting furnace. The cosmic melting furnace had contained 2 masses of giant demon blood essence. The first mass had been absorbed by the magic cube and the second mass was given to Demon Shine. Demon Shine, what's going on here? Could Sichu Haotian come from the giant demon race's bloodline? Lin Ming asked with a true essence sound transmission. Ever since Lin Ming had decided to attack Life Destruction, Demon Shine had temporarily left Lin Ming's body. Whether it was crossing Life Destruction or his life or death struggle with Sichu Yaoyu, Lin Ming had a chance of dying. Thus, Demon Shine had chosen to leave Lin Ming's spiritual sea for the moment. He doesn't. It's just that this Sichu Haotian must have obtained some ancient giant demon blood essence from somewhere and then transplanted it into his body, thus he gained the ability to transform his body. This sort of bloodline is far inferior to your own ancient phoenix bloodline. The ancient giant demons that once existed on the Holy Demon continent were different from the currently existing giant demons. Those ancient giant demons had a bloodline that contained a powerful strength. Of course, this couldn't even be compared to the bloodline of a god beast like a true phoenix or true dragon. However, what Sichu Haotian used was the blood essence of the ancient giant demons, and what Lin Ming had was only the most ordinary blood of the ancient phoenix, and the quantity was far less too. Thus, the disparity in their bloodlines wasn't too great at this moment. As Lin Ming was engaged in these thoughts, he suddenly heard a martial artist near him cry out in alarm. A divine body. Battle Demon Emperor body. That is also another kind of divine body. The Azura Divine Emperor has a Battle Demon Emperor body? I've never even heard of that before. When the Azura Divine Emperor was born, he didn't have a divine body. He only relied on his own extraordinary talent to reach where he is today. It's likely he obtained this current divine body from some lucky chance somewhere. In just a single day I've seen 2 divine bodies as well as the extreme violet Dantian. This has really been an eye-opener. As these people were all crying out in acclaim, Lin Ming was dumbfounded. He simply didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. So this was what they thought the so-called divine body was. It appeared that everyone who possessed a physique different from that of the average man and was able to display a stronger combat strength was referred to as having a divine body. Chapter 867, The Miracle of Time Laws. Chapter 867, The Miracle of Time Laws. So that's what it is, the ancient giant demon bloodline. It seems that Divine Emperor Haotian has obtained many lucky chances from the giant demon dimensional realm. Old Man Good Fortune didn't mind. The Azura Divine Kingdom had a dimensional realm on their borders that had many secrets of the ancient giant demon race sealed within. It wasn't surprising for him to have obtained some lucky chances. Senior does not need to worry about this emperor's lucky chances. Instead, think about how you'll block this emperor's second attack. Sichu Haotian shouted out. His voice carried with it a metal energy, making it seem as if his words were ringing out from a great bell, sonorous and deafening. After completing his transformation, Sichu Haotian had full confidence in himself. Old Man Good Fortune faintly smiled. It looks like old me really has to work today. Really, for the young to continue being so stubborn isn't always good. As Old Man Good Fortune spoke, he slowly stood up from his green ox without the slightest hint of dismay. All of the surrounding martial artists suddenly felt something wrong. Huh? Did Old Man Good Fortune's voice change? Yes, it's changed. He doesn't sound as old as he did before. As everyone was confused, a completely unexpected and bewildering scene occurred. As Old Man Good Fortune stepped down from his green ox, his body suddenly began to grow. His back was no longer bent and his white hair turned to black, dangling over his shoulders like a waterfall of ink. His body had turned into that of a 20 to 30-year-old youth. His once muddy eyes became clear, and his eyebrows straightened, pointing up and slanting towards his temples. In just a few breaths of time, Old Man Good Fortune had transformed from an old man at the end of his life into a handsome youth with jade-like features. His long blue clothes still loosely draped over him as before, but the peach walking stick was no longer in his hands. Rather, that peach walking stick had transformed into a sword. This sword was 4 feet long and shone like burnished silver. The sword hilt was made of jade and the blade was carved with faint patterns. This was a true saint artifact. No one saw when Old Man Good Fortune had drawn this sword. It was as if he had never been carrying a peach walking stick, but had always been carrying this silver sword instead. This sudden change left everyone utterly shocked. After crossing life destruction, a martial artist's body would be reborn. The only way they could restore their youthful appearance was if they displayed a supernatural power that defied the will of the heavens. But this young appearance would only be a facade. Their lifespan would not change and their fires of life would continue to weaken with time. Rather, maintaining a youthful appearance would cause a martial artist's cultivation to lessen. The price simply wasn't worth the benefits. Thus, unless it was a woman who valued their beauty and only cared about their looks, a general martial artist simply wouldn't waste their efforts on such things. And now, Old Man Good Fortune had suddenly restored his youth in the middle of battle. And this was not an illusion. This was because everyone present could clearly feel his vibrant fires of life burning like the fires of heaven, vast and limitless. How is this possible? Sichu Haotian's complexion completely changed. He had just finished his body transformation and he had believed with his swollen pride and arrogance that no one could defeat him. However, as he felt Old Man Good Fortune's suddenly vibrant fires of life, all of his momentum instantly vanished. The disparity was just too great. Old Man Good Fortune faintly smiled and said in a soft voice, "In the presence of laws, there is nothing that is impossible, unless your wish is to violate the laws themselves. And, reversing time is only a single aspect of the time laws, it isn't considered too advanced. The reason that I am able to live for so long is also because of my understanding of the laws of time. Although this isn't the orthodox way of going about things, being able to linger on with my last breath for another 4,000 to 5,000 years isn't a problem at all." 4,000 to 5,000 years. Old Man Good Fortune's words nearly caused Sichu Haotian to vomit blood. Sichu Haotian didn't know if he could still live for another 4,000 to 5,000 years. He could only laugh at himself for thinking that his fires of life were more potent than those of Old Man Good Fortune and that he could suppress him. Now it seemed that his remaining lifespan wasn't even as long as Old Man Good Fortune's. Moreover, Old Man Good Fortune's choice of words caused Sichu Haotian to wish he could slam his face into his halberd. "It isn't considered too advanced and linger on with my last breath." A power of laws that he had never heard of before, the ability to reverse time and restore his combat strength to its peak, this technique that defied the heavens was actually considered not too advanced to Old Man Good Fortune. Just what kind of abnormal monster was Old Man Good Fortune? And this freak was still able to live on for another 400 to 500 years. Then what could Sichu Haotian be considered? A clown? Was he worse than a pig or dog? All of Old Man Good Fortune's words fell into the ears of the martial artists present, leaving all of them floored, their minds fiercely shocked. The laws of time were actually so heaven-defying. Since ancient times, in the domain of laws, it was said that space was the king and time was the emperor. Although these were clearly biased, this was enough to explain just how terrifying the might of these two types of concepts and laws were. But because these two different concepts were mysterious and elusive, there were far too few people capable of comprehending these kinds of laws. And even if they did, they would only have a brief superficial knowledge of it. It would be extremely difficult for them to ever improve. Especially the laws of time that were even more mysterious than the laws of space. Since ancient times, there had been very, very few inheritances that had ever been left behind. No one imagined that under Old Man Good Fortune's control, the laws of time were actually able to display such a dreadful power. "It's a miracle," Lin Ming muttered to himself. The laws of time had the supernatural and unstoppable ability to decay all of existence. This was the so-called entropy that the concepts of the 5 main elements were unable to achieve. Because a martial artist defied the heavens, their lifespan was almost decided by their cultivation. Although there were some heavenly materials that were able to extend a martial artist's lifespan, that was only unearthing their undeveloped life potential. It was by no means a way to extend their life that defied the heavens. The only method of truly extending one's life was to go against the will of the heavens and walk further down the road of martial arts. But now, it seemed that the laws of time could achieve a similar effect to a certain extent. Such matters would likely arouse the jealousy of many divine sea masters. But what a pity! If they aren't talented in this aspect, then it doesn't matter how jealous they become. As Lin Ming was thinking this, in the skies, Old Man Good Fortune had already raised his silver sword high in the air. Sichu Haotian's expression was grim and solemn. Facing Old Man Good Fortune in his peak state, he felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. This opponent of his might even surpass the 9-furnace highest divine emperor. A sword. Let's see whether or not you can resist it. Old Man Good Fortune gently said, as if this were the trial of a god. When he finished speaking, he slashed down with that silver sword in his hands. Ca. With a light sound, space collapsed as if it were as fragile as ice. A silver sword energy cut out, appearing in the shape of a perfect crescent moon. No, this was not just mere sword energy. This was a substantialized space fragment. Old Man Good Fortune had used space itself as his weapon. By pouring his unrivaled supernatural power into this attack, it had become an earth-shaking strike. Sichu Haotian's pupils shrank and he recklessly poured of all of his energy into his halberd without reservation. The one he faced was someone close to being the highest under the heavens, or even an existence equal to the highest under the heaven. If he could not resist this attack, then he would die right here. Ho! Sichu Haotian shouted out loud. A massive giant demon phantom hundreds of feet high appeared behind him. This phantom wielded a divine halberd, and together with Sichu Haotian, both of them cut downwards. Bang! In that moment, the world seemed to lose all color. A terrifying corona of energy swallowed up all the stars in the sky, making it seem as if everyone were in a completely different land. Sichu Haotian's halberd was struck from his hand. All the meridians of his 2 arms tore apart and he vomited a great mouthful of blood as he was sent flying back. His body shot backwards like a falling meteor before he crashed into a mountain peak. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Giant shelves of rock fell down, causing great clouds of dust and smoke to fill the skies. In that collision, half of that massive mountain had directly collapsed. As everyone looked at that half-gone mountain, all of them were speechless with shock. If just Sichu Haotian crashing into that mountain peak had caused such a result, then just how terrifying had the true collision of energy been? Chapter 868, Unapproachable. Chapter 868, Unapproachable. Everyone thought that because Old Man Good Fortune was reaching the end of his life, if he truly fought with Divine Emperor Haotian, then it was unknown just who would emerge victorious. None of them imagined that Old Man Good Fortune would send Divine Emperor Haotian hurtling backwards with just a single strike. They were simply on completely different levels. How could this be? On a spirit boat, Shang Yutian was speechless for a long time. It was within his expectations that Sichu Haotian would have obtained the ancient giant bloodline and grown sharply stronger. As a noble divine kingdom emperor, his strength was surely ranked in the top 5 of the Sky Spill continent, so there must be some cards he managed to keep hidden up until now. But that Sichu Haotian actually didn't even have the strength to resist Old Man Good Fortune's attack. Could the 9-furnace highest divine emperor and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle have this strength? Is this the strength of a powerhouse close to being the highest under the heavens? All of the martial artists present couldn't help but think this. It was said that thousands of years ago, Old Man Good Fortune had once fought the 9-furnace highest divine emperor and forced him into a draw. Although this was only a rumor, smoke always meant there was fire. There had to be some kernel of truth to it. To everyone, this meant that Old Man Good Fortune and the 9-furnace highest divine emperor stood on equal ground. Now that thousands of years had passed, Old Man Good Fortune should have become weaker than the 9 Furnace Highest Divine Emperor. After all, he was much older than him to begin with. But how could this be the result? Maybe Old Man Good Fortune had a breakthrough in these last few thousands of years. If the 9 Furnace Highest Divine Emperor and Sublime Smelting Imperial Grand Uncle haven't grown in strength, then they might not be Old Man Good Fortune's match anymore, Shang Yutian quietly mumbled. This was an explanation anyone would find hard to accept. According to all common sense, the easiest time for a martial artist to grow was when they were young. This was the time that their fires of life were at their most exuberant. The longer the lifespan that a martial artist had, the more time they would stay in their youthful phase. For instance, a life-destruction martial artist would still be considered young before they reached 100 years of age, so if they didn't break through to the Divine Sea by the time they reached that age point, then they could only count on external help and lucky chances. Once a martial artist reached maturity, their cultivation would only grow at a snail's pace. But this was also the time that a martial artist's combat strength was at its peak. For instance, Sichu Haotian's current combat strength had reached the highest point in his life. It was just that it was extremely difficult for him to increase his cultivation. Otherwise, if he were able to take another step forwards, then he would become a character on the same rank as the 9 Furnace Highest Divine Emperor. After that would be old age. This was a period where their combat strength and cultivation would almost never increase. An old Divine Sea Supreme Elder would at most be able to make some minor breakthroughs in the aspects of will and soul. But as for everything else, they would begin to decline over the years. So how could Old Man Good Fortune have made such progress? He must have some secret on his body. While Shang Yutian believed that the laws of time were able to extend a martial artist's life, he didn't believe it was as exaggerated as 4,000 to 5,000 years. What he found even more unbelievable was that the time laws were able to temporarily reverse a martial artist's age for long enough that they could make another breakthrough. Thus, this left only two possibilities. The first was that Old Man Good Fortune had come across some massive lucky chance that he couldn't imagine. And the second was that Old Man Good Fortune had surpassed the 9 Furnace Highest Divine Emperor from the start, but he had been hiding his strength until now. The chances of the second possibility being true weren't too great. Although Old Man Good Fortune had lived hidden from the world these past few thousands of years, in the past he too had been a glorious character of the continent. There was just no reason for him to have hidden such strength until now. The first possibility was much more likely. Where could Old Man Good Fortune have found such a lucky chance? Was it the Sea of Miracles? As Shang Yutian thought of this, his heart stirred. Just how would it be if he himself were able to obtain such a lucky chance? Bang! The distant great mountain exploded and Sichu Haotian rushed out from the collapsing chaos of stone. Although he had been struck backwards and was left extremely embarrassed and flustered, he hadn't suffered too much damage. His blood-stained arms were rapidly regenerating, leaving nothing behind but some light scars now. This was the most powerful characteristic of the giant demon bloodline, recovery ability. According to legends, the ancient giant demons had an immortal body, able to regrow their limbs at will. In terms of recovery ability, the giant demon bloodline exceeded the gate of healing. However, regenerating wounds required a massive amount of true essence, thus, the giant demon bloodline was far, far inferior to the gate of healing in terms of endurance. As Sichu Haotian looked at Old Man Good Fortune, his face was filled with fear and dismay. Although he still had a third, stronger move, he knew it was impossible for him to match that strike from Old Man Good Fortune just now. Perhaps Old Man Good Fortune might be worse than Emperor Sokia of the past, but in this era there was no one who could rival him. Even the 9 Furnace Highest Divine Emperor and the Sublime Smelting Imperial Grand Uncle were most likely not his match. Just where had this old geezer come across his lucky chance? He did not believe that Old Man Good Fortune was able to make another breakthrough while temporarily reversing his age. Moreover, the time laws he had displayed far surpassed the understanding of the Sky-Spill continent. No matter how talented Old Man Good Fortune was in the laws of time and space, it was impossible for him to reach this point with no previous inheritance. Sichu Haotian glared at Old Man Good Fortune for a long period of time and then bit out two words. "I concede." Yao Yu will stay in the Forsaken God clan for 3 years, and everything that I owe Lin Lanjian will be delivered here within the month. Of the great desolate blood halberd and the demon god Heartguard mirror, Lin Lanjian can choose either one he likes. Sichu Haotian looked to Lin Ming. At this point, his body still resembled that of a giant demon. Just a glance was enough to cause one's mind shake with fear. What do you want? Lin Ming thought for a moment and then said without hesitation, the great desolate blood halberd. The demon god Heartguard mirror was undoubtedly a tempting option, but Lin Ming always believed that the best defense was a good offense. The nameless long spear in his hands was only a standard-issue spear from time-worn Phoenix City. Although it was extremely durable, the power was a bit lacking. If he had the great desolate blood halberd, then even though he might not use the great desolate halberd art, but with his 1 million jins of strength, his true essence, as well as his silver battle spirit all being poured into that halberd, then one could imagine the terrifying might if he smashed it down at someone. With the great desolate blood halberd, Lin Ming's comprehensive combat strength would rise yet again. As for the demon god Heartguard mirror, even if his defensive power rose again, he would still die if he was bumped by a divine sea powerhouse, much less be able to contend with them. Good. Then I hope you aren't cursed to death. Sichu Haotian coldly snorted, his heart twitching all the while. Within the entire Azura Divine Kingdom, that was the only true saint artifact. The remaining 2 were only quasi-saint artifacts. As for relying on the curse of the great desolate blood halberd to kill Lin Ming, Sichu Haotian didn't have much hope for that to happen. Lin Ming's life was extremely tenacious. His destiny had been repeatedly accumulated from defeating similar top talents of his era as well as passing through numerous life or death situations. It would be extremely difficult to shatter his destiny. In the future, Lin Ming was likely to become a character that surpassed even the Demon Emperor. Wanting to rely on the curse of the Demon Emperor's war halberd to kill him was useless. The great desolate blood halberd issued a long keening sound as it shot out from the chaos and flew into Lin Ming's hand. For a brief moment, Lin Ming felt as if he were holding up an entire mountain range and his feet sank into the ground. If he didn't use the power of the 8 inner hidden gates, then he actually wouldn't be able to lift it. This is at least 700,000 to 800,000 jins heavy. A martial artist normally has to use a tremendous amount of true essence to galvanize its movement. It won't be easy for me to move it with just my physical strength. Lin Ming had to use his flying ability to stop himself from sinking into the ground. Then, he grasped the great desolate blood halberd and flew into the air. This was truly a weapon worthy of being called the world's most ominous halberd. I thank Senior for this great graciousness. Lin Ming cupped a fist across his chest as he bowed towards Old Man Good Fortune and carved this favor in his mind. Old Man Good Fortune faintly smiled. At some unknown time he had already restored his looks to his original elderly appearance. Although he appeared wise and extraordinary, there was actually a faint flavor of someone that had reached the end of his life. But now, no one thought that. The events that occurred just now were simply too shocking. Little friend Lin Lanjian does not need to be so polite. Old me will stay in this dimensional realm for several more days. We'll have to speak more in detail. Speak more in detail? Upon hearing this, all of the present martial artists were stunned. Just what did Old Man Good Fortune plan on discussing with Lin Ming? Senior Good Fortune, do you really plan on accepting him as a disciple? Fairy Snowgale asked with a true essence sound transmission. Old Man Good Fortune had no enmity or grudge with the Azura Divine Kingdom, and there simply wasn't any reason for him to aim at Sichu Haotian. Yet he had shown his hand to defeat Sichu Haotian in order to help Lin Ming. If this were to win over Lin Ming, there simply wasn't a need for that because Old Man Good Fortune had always freely roamed the world like a wild crane and didn't belong to any influence. His strength had most likely surpassed the 9 furnace highest divine emperors, so there was simply no need for him to do so. Then for him to do this, the only possibility was that his heart had been moved to accept a disciple. Haha, little Snow, I already said that old me cannot teach little friend Lin Lanjian anything. As for accepting him as a disciple, I might not be able to afford that. This was already the second time that Old Man Good Fortune had said something similar. He wasn't being humble, but really did think he couldn't teach Lin Ming much. Then why would you do all this today? Fairy Snowgale couldn't help but ask. Ha ha, Old Man Good Fortune smiled but didn't respond. He obviously didn't wish to say much more. Fairy Snowgale could only suppress the burning questions that lingered in her mind. The martial artists of the Azura Divine Kingdom left, leaving behind only Situ Yaoyu. They would soon send over a Divine Sea powerhouse to protect her. Situ Haotian didn't dare to leave behind Situ Yaoshi, who knew just what sort of catastrophe she would stir up. But the other heroes of the Sky Spill Continent's central region didn't leave. Instead, they remained within the dimensional realm even as it seemed that more and more people were gathering. This was because of Lin Ming. The present Lin Ming could be called unapproachable, commanding utter respect. After defeating Situ Yaoyu, Lin Ming had overcome his greatest crisis. His future was now bright and glorious. Even if it were hopeless to win over Lin Ming, everyone still wished to form some good relations with him. For a time, Lin Ming's residence was bustling. All the influences came to greet him and Lin Ming accepted all without rejection. There were even many great influences, for instance the Sublime Melting Divine Kingdom's Shang family and the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom's White Clan. There were even many Divine Sea powerhouses like Shang Yutian and Fairy Snowgale who personally made a visit. Lin Ming greeted all of them with shabai. When these major influences visited, they also brought along many meeting gifts for Lin Ming. Most of these gifts were heavenly materials and rare pills. Added together it was at least 3 or 4 million spirit essence stones. Just Yang Yun himself gifted Lin Ming 800,000 spirit essence stones. In addition to the 2 god-transforming pills from before, that was a gift of over 1 million spirit essence stones. Yang Yun, Lin Ming looked at the many treasures in front of him and thought for a moment. Yang Yun favored him by a ridiculous amount, but Lin Ming always felt that it wasn't as simple as forming good relations with him. Did Yang Yun think he would join the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom? Chapter 869, The New Destiny Decree. Chapter 869, The New Destiny Decree. News of Lin Ming's victory over Situ Yaoyu spread over the central region like a blazing whirlwind. A peak first-stage life-destruction youth had defeated a 7th-stage life-destruction master with an extreme violet Dantian. This news was certainly shocking enough to be described as explosive. No one had thought that Lin Ming would have been able to survive this ordeal, nor did they think that the Azura Divine Kingdom would be so thoroughly defeated by Lin Ming. Anyone could see just how bright Lin Ming's future was. It was possible he would rule the world for 10,000 years. 3 days later, a new version of the Destiny Decree was released. After opening it, the first name on the first page was written down with flourishing letters of red ink. Lin Lanjian. Lin Ming had already been listed 3 times with the red ink that indicated he was the man of the hour. From over rank 200 of the Destiny Decree to leaping into first place, this sort of progress left chills crawling up everyone's spines, and on the back of that sheet, Lin Ming's evaluation was written down in black. The number 1 rarest talent that the Sky Spill continent has witnessed in 100,000 years. His talent far surpasses that of the Demon Emperor and Eightfall Thunder Emperor, and it even faintly rises past that of Emperor Sokia. With his first stage life destruction cultivation, he became the highest master below the Divine Sea. The new Destiny Decree also reached Lin Ming's hands. Destiny Grasp has judged my talent as surpassing the Demon Emperor, Eightfall Thunder Emperor, and Emperor Sokia. From the wording, it seems that Emperor Sokia was a monstrous talent that exceeded the first 2. Even Destiny Grasp used faintly rises past as a prelude. Emperor Sokia was only at the 7th stage of life destruction. With that 7th stage life destruction cultivation, he fused together 7 different martial intents and broke through the void of martial arts. His talent actually surpasses that of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor. I wonder just what it would be like to fuse martial intents together. Lin Ming was looking forward to the Prime Emperor Force Field more and more. Only by fusing the Prime Emperor Force Field, Azura Force Field, and Death God Force Field together would he be able to form the complete Heavenly Demon martial intent. The complete Heavenly Demon martial intent was able to directly kill and suppress the Divine Sea. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough yet, and going to the Holy Demon Continent isn't too good. I have a blood feud with the Steps Master. If I enter the Road of Emperor, that will definitely draw his attention. After the new destiny decree reached the dimensional realm, it was immediately known. Lin Ming began to receive more and more invitations to banquets all over. But, regardless of which banquet Lin Ming attended, the masked old man would follow behind him like a shadow to ensure his safety. At the current banquet, those present were prince-level figures or Holy Land descendants. The worst of them were sons and potential successors of Divine Kingdom High Princes. Every junior had to have a Divine Sea powerhouse backing them, otherwise they simply didn't have the qualifications to attend such a banquet. Brother Lin, congratulations on becoming the top master within life destruction. To become the greatest within life destruction at only the first stage, you will surely be the highest under the heavens after reaching the Divine Sea. Haha. Brother White underestimates Brother Lin too much. I believe that Brother Lin won't even need to reach the Divine Sea before having strength nearing that of the highest under the heavens. At this banquet, Lin Ming was undoubtedly the main character and all the Divine Kingdom princes had become his supporting cast. This wasn't too strange. With a Divine Emperor being able to live for several thousand years, there were just far too many princes. Perhaps their fathers didn't even know how many children they had. Brother Lin, you have worked so hard to deceive me, a white-clothed youth said as he lifted a glass of wine, his true essence sound transmission filled with a wry tone. This youth was Li Yifeng. When Lin Ming was crossing life destruction, his wood spirit jade mask had been crushed apart in the explosions of energy, and that was when Li Yifeng had seen Lin Ming's appearance. At that time, he had been left staring dumbfounded, and the young maid at his side also had a mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Although they knew that Lin Ming was extraordinarily talented, they never imagined that his talent would reach such a degree. Afterwards, Lin Ming had gone directly into closed-door seclusion and Li Yifeng didn't have a chance to see Lin Ming again. It was only at today's banquet that he had the chance to see Lin Ming. Brother Li, about my identity, please keep it a secret. Lin Ming was clear that he couldn't hide the truth from Li Yifeng. Even if his appearance hadn't been seen, he only needed to combine his moves with his weapon in order to make an approximation. When Lin Ming became enemies with the Azura Divine Kingdom, he had Demon Shine control the giant Leviathan and send his family and friends into the deep sea. Even so, he still wasn't completely relieved. Of course, I won't even say half a word. Li Yifeng struck his chest in promise. He had no reason to betray Lin Ming anyway, there was just no benefit to doing something so dishonorable. I also won't say anything. As Li Yifeng's young maid faced Lin Ming, she began to stumble over her words. It was obvious that she was feeling extremely nervous at this time. There was no longer even a hint of the arrogant and haughty attitude she used to have. The reason she had been so rampant before was that she looked down on everywhere that was outside of the central region and her background was also quite illustrious. In the future she would be Li Yifeng's concubine, so her vision was naturally high. But facing someone like Lin Ming, who would become the future highest under the heavens, there was simply no comparison at all. Thank you. Lin Ming faintly smiled, not too worried. The South Sea was vast and endless. It would be extremely difficult for the Azura Divine Kingdom find his family. And even if they did, they wouldn't necessarily do anything irrational. After all, those that walked down the road of martial arts were doomed to be lonely, they had much fainter concepts of family. As for women and lovers, that was an even fainter concept. The Azura Divine Kingdom would never think that they could force Lin Ming to kill himself after capturing Mu Qianyu. Little brother Lin, Old Man Good Fortune is about to leave the dimensional realm. He would like to see you before that. Shabai said. Oh, okay. Towards Old Man Good Fortune, who had strength beyond imagination, Lin Ming had some suspicious. Of course, even if the entire world knew what secret he had with him, it wouldn't matter to him at all. Little friend Lin Lanjian, it's good to see you again. Old Man Good Fortune had been staying at the Forsaken God clan as an honored guest. He was still wearing blue clothes, with an appearance that seemed extraordinary and wizened. Senior Good Fortune, this junior will forever remember your graciousness. Please accept this junior's bow. Just as Lin Ming was about to bow, He was stopped by Old Man Good Fortune. "Ha ha, old me might not be able to afford little friend Lin's gift. I'm just far too old for this." Old Man Good Fortune was extremely humble, to the point that even Lin Ming couldn't stand it. With his original status and seniority, accepting a bow from a junior was natural. "Little friend Lin, I know that you have some interest in the laws of space and time. I have several jade slips here. You may borrow them to have a look and return them to me sometime in the future." Old Man Good Fortune's words were very casually spoken, but Lin Ming was sent into a daze. The value of this type of inheritance that was basically extinct on the Sky Spill continent could be imagined, and Old Man Good Fortune was directly lending them to him. It had to be known that a normal martial artist or family clan was extremely careful of their inheritances, for fear that others would study them and surpass them. Old Man Good Fortune didn't even have a master and disciple relationship with Lin Ming. They weren't even friends. There was just no reason for him to lend Lin Ming such incomparably precious spacetime laws jade slips. Old Man Good Fortune didn't further explain. He waved his sleeves and 6 jade slips flew into Lin Ming's hands. "Little friend Lin, in truth, the laws of time aren't as heaven-defying as you might imagine. They can indeed extend your life a little and have me linger on a bit longer, but the truth was that I used a different method to live longer." Millimeter? Old Man Good Fortune's contradictory words left Lin Ming puzzled. Old Man Good Fortune smiled. "Old me can change the speed at which time flows. For instance, when I enter into seclusion I can slow down time to 1/10 of its normal rate, so that 1 year of closing up is equal to 10 years outside. If I close up for a few dozen years, then several hundred years would have passed in the world. Thus, while the world believes I am 8,000 years old, that is in fact false. As for my weak fires of life, that is an illusion made by an arcane technique. The purpose of that is to prolong my life." Old Man Good Fortune laughed at himself as he spoke to hear, "To live to such an age, I still cannot look past old age and death. There are still far too many secrets on the road of martial arts. What I have explored and will explore is only the tip of the tiniest iceberg. When I die, I will inevitably be unwilling, so in order to live for longer, I have tried too many methods to extend my life. Even if I don't count altering the flow of time, I have used far too many life-extending techniques. Even so, I can only live to 10,000 years of age. In the Divine Sea realm, that is the lifespan of a top powerhouse." As Old Man Good Fortune explained, Lin Ming suddenly became aware. To change the flow of time, that couldn't be regarded as extending his life. He had the same lifespan he always had, it was just that he had pushed it back. As for truly defying the will of the heavens, the only true means was to cultivate the martial path. All other methods were simply meandering roads that led to nowhere. Life had always been reluctant to part with life. Whether it was intelligent creatures or non-intelligent life, this instinct was engraved into the very core of their beings. And for a martial artist, this was doubly so. They hadn't even reached the end of their martial arts road, so how could they be willing to drop off halfway? "Little friend Lin, you have an excellent future and time ahead of you. It really arouses envy in others. Cherish it well. Life is short, and no matter how beautiful the springtime of your youth is, white hair will await you in the end. If you waste your years, then it will become far more difficult to advance when you reach old age." Old Man Good Fortune deeply sighed as he spoke here, shaking his head. "Thank you for the guidance, Senior," Lin Ming respectfully said. "I am far from being able to guide you, you should also have understood these truths. It is just that you haven't personally experienced them yet, so your understanding towards them isn't as profound. Well, little old me shall bid farewell first. We'll meet again." Old Man Good Fortune floated away as he spoke. Lin Ming watched him vanish into the distance and deeply bowed in respect. On the next day, invitations to banquets still reached Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming no longer participated. Although being friends with these influences had its advantages, when compared to absolute strength, they were merely worldly customs. And the time was just right. On this day, the Azura Divine Kingdom's payment for losing the life or death struggle arrived. When this was added to all the other gifts that Lin Ming had received, the total value was around 14 million spirit essence stones. It had to be said that even a prince like Li Yifeng only had a complete wealth of several tens of thousands of spirit essence stones. As for others like the sons of the high princes, they wouldn't even have 10,000 spirit essence stones. When the Azura Divine Kingdom had put out a bounty reward of 300,000 spirit essence stones for Lin Ming, that was already enough to tempt the heart of a destiny decree master. Thus, the value of 14 million spirit essence stones could be imagined. This was an astronomical figure that not even an ordinary Holy Land would be able to suddenly afford. Lin Ming was preparing to take all of this as his capital to open the fourth of the 8 inner hidden gates, the Gate of Pain. This was a very important gate in the first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates. It was located in the fists and could greatly enhance a martial artist's striking power and physical strength. With the increased power from the Gate of Pain, Lin Ming estimated that his strength would rise to 1 million and several 100,000 jin of strength. It might even near 2 million jins. At that time, if he wielded the great desolate blood halberd with such strength, then he would be able to display its true might. Lin Ming decided on his plan and executed it. That night, he went to the seclusion chamber of the Forsaken God clan. There, underneath the protection of multiple array formations, he released the cosmic melting furnace. All of the heavenly treasures and massive amounts of wood spirit jade gathered up into great piles in the chamber. They shined with a glorious light, their brilliance piercing into the skies. Success or failure would all be decided in one attempt. Chapter 870, Myriad Spirit Pill. Chapter 870, Myriad Spirit Pill. Several months had passed since Lin Ming and Sichu Yaoyue's cataclysmic battle. Duanmu Kun left his sound transmission mark at the Forsaken God clan and left. As for Yang Yun, Li Yifeng, the Holy Land Holy Sons, princes, high successors, and other such characters, all of them had left one after the other. However, Lin Ming's momentum was simply too great. When one great influence left, a smaller one would come again. Even though Lin Ming had already declined to receive visitors for a long time, there were still many representatives of smaller influences entering and leaving the dimensional realm. It didn't matter that they couldn't see Lin Ming, they never had this hope to begin with. It was enough for them to see someone from the Forsaken God clan. In any case, they did not need to personally hand over gifts to Lin Ming. They only needed to pass them through the Forsaken God clan. According to the customs of the Sky Spill continent, all gifts would be recorded in the register. While no one expected to form good relations with Lin Ming like this, they only wanted to express their friendly attitude. After several months, although the gifts received from those small influences were rather small individually, there were just far too many. With every small influence sending 8,000 to 10,000 spirit essence stones, several hundred of these gifts added up to 2 or 3 million spirit essence stones. Shabai sold or exchanged all of these gifts for more heavenly materials. Then, this formed a massive amount of medicinal herbs for Lin Ming. As Shabai thought that the total value of all these materials was 16 to 17 million spirit essence stones, he was left speechless. Just what kind of physique did Lin Ming have? He was simply the same as a bottomless pit. With so many resources, it was enough to raise a martial artist all the way to the Divine Sea realm. Of course, this was all provided that they had sufficient talent. Even so, all this was just for Lin Ming to attack the second stage of life destruction. Shabai didn't know that Lin Ming was opening the Gate of Pain, he only thought he was trying to cross another stage of life destruction. In his opinion, since Lin Ming had consumed resources to break through into the first stage of life destruction, he would have to consume an equal or greater amount of resources for future breakthroughs. In the seclusion chamber, the cosmic melting furnace was spinning around with the burning star flame raging around it. Lin Ming casually threw a medicinal herb into it. A brief moment later, this herb was melted by the fires into a viridian bubble that was wrapped by true essence and slowly flew out. With a pinch of his hand, a streak of red fire shot out and the green liquid evaporated, leaving behind a faint wisp of plant essence that had been refined by Lin Ming. Success! This was the 920th ingredient. Lin Ming let out a light sigh, not bothering to wipe the sweat off of his forehead. He used a million-year wood spirit jade bottle to slowly store away this essence energy. He was currently concocting a special medicine named the Myriad Spirit Pill. One had to withdraw the plant essence from thousands of medicinal herbs, fuse them together and then refine it multiple times, finally producing a Myriad Spirit Pill. A normal alchemist would never choose to create such a pill. This was because the refining process was extremely tedious and cumbersome, and the consumption of soul force was also immense. Not just that, but it required a massive amount of wood spirit jade. Wood spirit jade was no less valuable than spiritual plants. Thus, there was simply too much unnecessary cost and waste involved in refining a Myriad Spirit Pill. However, Lin Ming's current situation was special. With such a massive pile of medicine herbs in front of him, this was the best time for him to refine the Myriad Spirit Pill. As for the massive amount of wood spirit jade required, he simply didn't need to worry about that. The various influences had sent him so much wood spirit jade that it had piled into a little hill, and there were even more treasures that were carved from wood spirit jade. Ho! Another medicinal herb was melted by Lin Ming into a green bubble. This green bubble was carefully zapped by a lick of fire before turning into a wisp of plant essence. This process required a great deal of care and concentration. The slightest fluctuation of soul force could cause the medicinal herb to be scorched into ash. There was already a great deal of herb ash at Lin Ming's feet. These were from the medicinal herbs he had used to practice. Even a top alchemist master could easily make a mistake. Alchemy had a very high demand on one's soul force. Lin Ming's alchemy technique certainly couldn't be considered at the top. There just hadn't been enough time since he had begun learning alchemy. But Lin Ming had inherited the memories of that divine realm alchemist, including all of his attainments and experiences. All of these were things that could not be taught. After Lin Ming had inherited these memories, he was able to integrate them within himself, making his progress in alchemy surpassingly quick. And the most important factor was that Lin Ming's understandings into the concepts and laws of fire were top-notch, as was his control of the power of fire. With the burning star flame at his command, he could twist the flame into whatever shape he wanted, or even divide it several times. This was something that a normal alchemist would find impossible difficult to do. The next one. With the support from the Gate of Healing, Lin Ming's ability to sustain his true essence was freakishly abnormal. After such a long time of expending true essence, he still didn't show any signs of running out of true essence. Instead, it was his soul force that began to lag behind. The Gate of Healing could only restore physical strength and true essence, also increasing the rate at which someone recovered. But as for the consumption of soul force, it simply couldn't do anything at all. Kai. A medicinal herb worth several thousand spirit essence stones turned to ash in Lin Ming's palm. My soul force has reached its limit, it will be hard to continue. Lin Ming did not stop because of this failure. He continued to refine for some time, but eventually the success rate became far too low. Then, Lin Ming finally stopped refining the medicinal herbs. He stoppered the wood spirit jade bottle and temporarily ended his creation of the Myriad Spirit Pill, instead taking out the lowest level medicinal herbs from his spatial ring and starting to practice with them. In a situation where he had seriously overdrawn his soul force, Lin Ming nearly failed every time he tried to refine a pill. Piles of ashes grew on the ground. Lin Ming felt a splitting headache and then his vision suddenly went dark as he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Alchemy was a very good tempering technique for one's mental strength and soul force. Every time one overdrew their divine soul, after recovering, their divine soul would be more formidable than before. This was the reason that most martial artists chose to learn a secondary skill as an occupation. As Lin Ming was sleeping, although he was unconscious, the overbearing soul tactic was still running of its own accord, subtly revitalizing Lin Ming's soul. He quickly entered into a deep sleep and rested like this for several days. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ming awoke from his slumber, feeling spirited and well rested. His mindset was extremely clear and energetic. He took out the wood spirit jade bottle without pause and began to refine medicinal herbs again. After he exhausted his soul force, he fell asleep once again. This process continued again and again. Like this, over half a year passed. Jin after jin of superior wood spirit jade had its essence refined out and then combined with the plant essence of the 1,000 to 2,000 medicinal herbs, fusing together as one before being placed in the wood spirit jade bottle. At this time, the myriad spirit pill was 80% complete. Lin Ming's soul force had also made considerable progress in this past half year. At the start he was only able to perform alchemy for 3 days before sleeping, but now he was able to last for 5 days. After crossing life destruction, the potential of his soul had been completely dug out and exposed, and it was only continuing to increase. Although soul force could not directly influence a martial artist's strength, it was actually one of the main limiting factors of what realm a martial artist would reach. If one didn't have a powerful soul force, then they wouldn't be able to control too much true essence. If a revolving core powerhouse's soul force was combined with the body of a divine sea master, their body would probably burst apart in an uncontrollable explosion of energy. During this process of using up massive amounts of true essence while continuously restoring it, Lin Ming was rapidly approaching the second stage of life destruction. This was also reasonable. Lin Ming's foundation was just far too stable, making it so that he reached the peak first stage life destruction as soon as he made his breakthrough. At that time, he had only been a step away from the second stage of life destruction. Crossing from the first to the second stage of life destruction was much easier than opening the gate of pain. This was because where he had once been limited to disintegrating his body through exploding his dantian, Lin Ming could now store energy throughout his body, detonating it everywhere in order to destroy himself. It would not be as difficult as breaking into the first stage of life destruction, thus Lin Ming was not worried at all. Several more months passed. Lin Ming had already closed up for an entire year. The Forsaken God clan had finally calmed down. As for Sichu Yaoyu, per the original agreement she had been housed in the Realm Heart Great Hall, unable to take even half a step out. This appeared as if it were to prevent Sichu Yaoyu from escaping. However, Sichu Yaoyu was only a life-destruction martial artist. There was simply nothing she could do against the layers upon layers of array formations that covered the Forsaken God clan. No, this was mainly to protect Sichu Yaoyu. If she were to somehow die here within the Forsaken God clan, then the consequences would be disastrous. Although the Realm Heart Great Hall was known as the cornerstone of this world that even the highest under the heavens couldn't break, the Azura Divine Kingdom still sent a divine sea powerhouse to constantly protect Sichu Yaoyu. Since this guardian had to stay in the same room as Sichu Yaoyu and accompany her at all times, it was best for them to be a woman. Also, they had to be absolutely trustworthy, which meant that they would need to be a direct descendant of the Sichu family clan. Beside the malicious and sinister Sichu Yaoshi, who would likely get into all sorts of trouble at the Forsaken God clan, the only other choice was Sichu Haotian's younger cousin, Sichu Qingjiao. Sichu Qingjiao was 2,000 years old, only half the age of Sichu Yaoshi. In addition, due to her nature of loving beauty, she had been willing to consume some of her cultivation to maintain her youthful appearance, thus she looked as if she were Sichu Yaoyu's big sister. Yaoyu, you are being too harsh on yourself. If you continue to overdraw your energy, you will damage your soul and possibly leave hidden wounds in your spiritual sea. Sichu Qingjiao couldn't help but say as she watched her niece bitterly cultivate with dedication. It could even be called self-torture. Auntie Qingjiao, you don't have to try persuading me. Even if there are some hidden wounds left over, I still have ways of eliminating them after I reach the Divine Sea. Lin Lanjian is the shame of my life and I must return this loss to him. He is indeed a peerless genius. Now that I was defeated by him, he has surpassed me and it is no longer possible for me to catch up to him. All that will happen will be me falling further and further behind. The only chance I have is to break into the Divine Sea. As soon as I break into the Divine Sea, I must challenge him again. That is my final chance as well as my only chance. Although Sichu Yaoyu was arrogant, she wasn't so delusional as to think she could stand shoulder to shoulder against Lin Ming in the future. But this life or death struggle was her life's greatest disgrace. She had no choice but to avenge her loss. She had been publicly pounded into the ground like a stake in front of the world's heroes, leaving an eternally unforgettable shame in her heart. Then Divine Emperor Haotian had stepped forwards for her sake, but even he had been suppressed by Old Man Good Fortune. The Azura divine kingdom had been forced to pay out a price of over 10 million spirit essence stones for her, making it so that these events would haunt her forever. If she wanted to defeat Lin Ming, she only had a single chance. And that was to break through to the Divine Sea while Lin Ming was still at life destruction. Old Man Good Fortune had given Lin Ming 3 years of time. This was because he predicted that Lin Ming would have the qualifications to tussle with or at least preserve his life against a weak Divine Sea Supreme Elder at that time. That meant that her time left remaining wasn't much at all. As Situ Yaoyu was bitterly cultivating, in the seclusion chamber, Lin Ming's refinement of the Myriad Spirit Pill had reached its final stage. Refining the Myriad Spirit Pill was a very laborious task with many steps, and required a massive amount of medicinal herbs. Even though Lin Ming had an extremely high regenerative ability, it still required a full year for him to complete it. Of course, his harvests for this past year had been tremendous. After overdrawing his energy again and again and again, Lin Ming was ready to break through to the second stage of life destruction at any moment. At the same time, he had built a solid foundation of his soul force for when he needed to impact the Divine Sea in the future. Lin Ming carefully took the small wood spirit jade bottle that contained the plant essence of thousands of medicinal herbs, and then gently tossed it into the cosmic melting furnace. Chapter 871, Sea Serpent Crystal. Chapter 871, Sea Serpent Crystal. This was the final stage of refining the Myriad Spirit Pill as well as the most critical stage. All of the plant essence was sealed within the wood spirit jade bottle, where it would be condensed into a pill through the flames. If there was even a single mistake in this process, then all of Lin Ming's efforts would have become wasted. Before continuing with this step, Lin Ming rested for 7 days and 7 nights. He lit incense, bathed, washed his hands, and meditated for 2 hours. These rituals were not useless. Rather, he had to go through these rituals in order to adjust his mind to its best state. Hoo. Flames flickered and burned. Lin Ming watched as that million-year wood spirit jade bottle rolled in the scorching fire. There was no need to uncap the bottle for the final stage of refinement. The several thousands of medicinal herb essences had their own spiritual intelligence, so it was easy for them to flee. They were sealed into that wood spirit jade bottle via its special characteristics of isolating all perception. However, if the bottle were to be opened, then these plant essences would escape over time. By throwing the entire bottle into the cosmic melting furnace, the bottle itself would be refined and become a part of the Myriad Spirit Pill. A million-year wood spirit jade bottle was highly heat-resistant. Lin Ming had to burn the bottle with the burning star flame for several hours in order to refine it. As the bottle melted, all sorts of rainbow-colored plant essence dissipated out with a trace of green, floating away like a foggy smoke. Lin Ming immediately released his true essence to wrap around the million-year wood spirit essence liquid. If this fog was burnt by the flames, then it would turn to ash. After stabilizing the temperature of the wood spirit jade liquid to an absolutely accurate range and without the slightest bit of heat fluctuation, Lin Ming continued to maintain the output with his own mental strength. 2 hours, 4 hours. Lin Ming's forehead was wet with sweat, but his mind was still steady like a mountain. After, another 4 hours passed. This was a total of 8 hours of complete mental concentration. Broken blood vessels began to appear as a sharp bright red in Lin Ming's eyes. As he watched the million-year wood spirit jade liquid be evaporated by the flames, it slowly began to solidify into a translucent green sphere. This was the main form of the Myriad Spirit Pill. And in the center of this green sphere, there were all sorts of colored threads running within like endless snakes. Some wandered about, some were long like silk and some were short like the hairs of an ox. Some areas were dense and some areas were sparse, but all in all there were thousands of these threads. These threads were the refined medicinal essence of the pill. The pill had formed. In that moment, bursts of shaking sounds emitted from the cosmic melting furnace. It was like a night wind blowing over the forested mountains, or waves crashing into the shore to an endless beat. This sound started out faint, but it began to become increasingly loud, until it sounded like raging waves and crushing landslide. Above the pill furnace, a 5-colored ray of light shot upwards like the dawn. It was like a rainbow, dazzling and brilliant. At this time, Lin Ming's entire focus was concentrated on the pill furnace, his eyes unblinking. Veins had risen up on his forehead, sticking out all over. At this time, there was a loud sound like a dragon roaring. The lid shot upwards and a fist-sized deep green ball of light suddenly flew out. And within this ball of light, there was actually a pigeon egg-sized bead that was a vibrant green. The myriad spirit pill had concentrated so many plant essences that it had naturally formed its own rudimentary intelligence. Once it left the furnace, it would inevitably attempt to fly away. Lin Ming was already prepared for this. He displayed golden rock shattering the void, taking a single step forwards and grabbing that green bead in his hands. After the pill left the furnace, it should have been boiling hot. But as Lin Ming grasped it in his hands, he could actually feel an extraordinary cool feeling spreading through his limbs and bones, and even his mind seemed as if it had become much clearer. Success! Lin Ming let out a long breath of relief. He hadn't wasted this last year of effort. After taking a hold of Myriad Spirit Pill, Lin Ming could feel the immense energy contained within. The rank of the Myriad Spirit Pill was in no way inferior to the 5-Fade Void Pill. But compared to the 5-Fade Void Pill that opened the Gate of Wonder, the Gate of Pain was much more difficult to open. The Gate of Pain's function involved striking power and lethality of abilities. It was an extremely powerful gate and the most important of the first 8 inner hidden gates, only being inferior to the Gate of Life and the Gate of Death in the last 4 gates. Just this Myriad Spirit Pill could guarantee a 70% chance of opening the Gate of Pain. Although his chances were not small, Lin Ming couldn't afford even a 30% failure rate. This was a pill that was refined from 16 to 17 million spirit essence stones, an amount of resources capable of raising a divine sea supreme elder. This was an amount of wealth that even a divine kingdom would find unbearably painful to bring out. If he failed his breakthrough, then he wouldn't have the resources to refine a second Myriad Spirit Pill. He had to guarantee absolute success. 70% chance. I would rather not take such risks. But now, all of the heavenly treasures on me, including the Heaven-Step Demon Godbone and Twin Life Thunder Crystal, have been used up. If I want to collect some more materials that can help me open the Gate of Pain, then that will be easier said than done. Lin Ming didn't want to ask the Forsaken God Clan for 5 or 6 million spirit essence stones worth of raw materials to make pills. The Forsaken God Clan themselves were limited to this dimensional realm and couldn't leave. Thus they could only gather resources from here, and their resources were also very tight. In this clan with countless geniuses waiting to use them, they were simply far too stretched. Before, Lin Ming had received a shard of a top-grade spirit essence stone from Shabai, and he hadn't yet repaid this favor. This had always been floating somewhere on his mind. At this time, he couldn't request so many resources, not to mention that the Forsaken God Clan most likely couldn't afford it. As Lin Ming mulled it over, there was only one kind of heavenly material that was extremely easy to obtain and didn't have too poor a value. That was sea serpent crystals. The sea serpent was a divine dragon that lived deep in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. It absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, turning it into a gas that it released into the world. This sea serpent gas could be drawn into the cosmic melting furnace and then refined using a special technique to obtain sea serpent crystals. The method of refining the sea serpent crystals came from Demon Shine. The martial artists of the Sky Spill continent might not know of it. Moreover, in that sea serpent gas, most martial artists would already spend the majority of their time protecting themselves, so how could they possibly study the sea serpent gas to refine its essence? When Lin Ming was crossing life destruction, he had used up a good number of sea serpent crystals. He was deeply experienced with the formidable energy contained within them. If he could use the Myriad Spirit Pill and add on several dozen more sea serpent crystals, then his chances of opening the Gate of Pain would rise to over 90%. An over 90% chance was more than enough. If he failed, then he could only chalk it up to fate. Of course, there was no small risk in going to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. But this was actually a risk that Lin Ming had to take, because in order to break through to the second stage of life destruction, he had to return to there. Although it would be much easier for Lin Ming to cross the second stage of life destruction, It was still more difficult than it would be for a pure essence-gathering system martial artist. He would need to use a massive amount of energy to do so. Using pills for this energy would have negative effects, and there would be a great waste. It was far better to use the golden red lightning from the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion. When Lin Ming crossed into life destruction, he had exhausted all of the golden red lightning he had stored in the heretical god sprout. Now he had to go to the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion to gather up some more golden red lightning. Millimeter? You want to go to train? Shabai didn't think that Lin Ming would want to leave as soon as he left seclusion. Although Situ Yaoyu was currently held within the Forsaken God clan, that was only enough to guarantee that the Azura Divine Kingdom wouldn't publicly and blatantly kill Lin Ming. After all, if they wanted to kill Lin Ming now, they could only send out a Divine Sea Supreme Elder to do so. But on the entire continent there were only around 100 Divine Sea Masters, and it was easy to trace just what background they came from. If it wasn't a Divine Sea Supreme Elder that was directly related to the Azura Divine Kingdom, who would take the risk of trying to kill Lin Ming and offending the future highest under the heavens? But, if Lin Ming went out adventuring, especially in those inaccessible and far-off danger zones, then that was a different story. If Lin Ming's whereabouts were to be discovered by the Azura Divine Kingdom, then they would spare no expense to secretly send Supreme Elders to kill him. In that sort of place, it would be impossible for the Forsaken God clan to find enough evidence of who was responsible. It was impossible for them to execute Situ Yaoyu on the basis of some speculation. After all, there was always the danger of dying when one went out to adventure. Shabai frowned. You want to go out? Yes. Would it be a bad idea if I had my clansmen escort you? It might not be a good idea. Lin Ming shook his head. Not everyone could refine sea serpent crystals. They had to use Demonshine's secret method as well as have the cosmic melting furnace and the burning star flame. Moreover, the 8,000-mile Black Swamp was dangerous for any non-divine sea powerhouse. All right, I understand. As Shabai saw Lin Ming having firmly decided what he wanted to do, he didn't argue any further. Since Lin Ming was able to arrive at this step today, he naturally had to have the ability to distinguish the danger of the situation, so he had to have his reasons for leaving now. My Forsaken God clan has a hidden transmission array in this dimensional realm that directly connects to the outside world. I suspect that the outside has already been covered with spies from the Azura Divine Kingdom. If you use this transmission array to leave, that should reduce the risk of you being found to the minimum. But, this transmission should be used as little as possible. Once the energy is activated, there will always be the risk that it is exposed. Leave early and return as soon as possible. Be careful. I understand. Senior Shabai, please feel relieved. Lin Ming didn't immediately leave. Instead, he took up the great desolate blood halberd and called Demon Shine, asking him, Demon Shine, do you know what the curse on the great desolate blood halberd is? In this last year, Demon Shine hadn't followed Lin Ming, but instead stayed in the dimensional realm to restore his divine soul. In fact, with his current ability, there was very little assistance he could provide to Lin Ming. Demon Shine licked his lips and said, the great desolate blood halberd is an ominous weapon that the Demon Emperor found near the edge of the eternal demon abyss. The blood halberd is heavy like a mountain and also contains the strange curse of the eternal demon abyss. Even the Demon Emperor was unable to remove it. When the Demon Emperor possessed the great desolate blood halberd, he also feared that he would be influenced by it. In fact, when the Demon Emperor ascended into the divine realm, his passage didn't go smoothly at all. As for what the Demon Emperor had experienced 70,000 to 80,000 years ago, it was impossible to find out, or even begin to find out. But, what was certain was that the Demon Emperor had encountered a great catastrophe. The Demon God Imperial Palace had once been a 6th-grade sect that was located in a dimensional realm. However, an unparalleled war had erupted there and the entire dimensional realm was shattered apart, leaving behind the present broken world. Within a few thousand years, that world would finally collapse. It had to be known that a dimensional realm would only collapse if the Realm Heart was destroyed. And, the Forsaken God clan's Realm Heart Great Hall was known as a structure that even the highest under the heavens could not break. From this it could be seen just how powerful the Demon Emperor's enemies had been. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the cosmic melting furnace and the great desolate blood halberd had been left behind. Chapter 872, The Bronze Ghost Coffin. Chapter 872, The Bronze Ghost Coffin. In the end, the great desolate blood halberd's curse wasn't able to be broken. In Demonshine's opinion, the great desolate blood halberd already had the majority of its strength sealed away by the Azura divine kingdom, so most of the curse's power was reduced. And throughout these years, Lin Ming had defeated countless heroic young elites and passed through multiple trials of fire. He was a peerless youth of this world, and after accumulating all of that momentum so far, his destiny was extremely formidable. In addition, he had trained at time-worn Phoenix City and also inherited the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix. Lin Ming even had a drop of reverse scale blood from an azure dragon. With all of these factors combined together, Lin Ming's life was that of a peerless emperor. It could be foreseen that, without accident, Lin Ming would easily become a character that surpassed the Divine Sea realm, or even reached higher boundaries. For such an absolute character to restrain a single great desolate blood halberd from the edge of the eternal demon abyss shouldn't be difficult. After all, the great desolate blood halberd could only be considered to be amongst the weakest of saint artifacts. In the middle of night, Lin Ming changed his clothes and without wearing his wood spirit jade mask, he directly stepped through the transmission array and into the outer world. He didn't fly high in the air but rather near the ground, all the way until he was over 2,000 miles away from the Forsaken God Clan's dimensional realm. Lin Ming then took out the Godspeed boat that had been specially altered for him, and flew straight towards the Sea of Miracles. Along the way, Lin Ming carefully chose his route and avoided all major cities. Without danger or surprise, he soon reached the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. The 8,000-mile Black Swamp was known as a land where life-destruction powerhouses would encounter almost certain death. If a Divine Sea powerhouse entered, they would be relatively safe. However, if they were unlucky, then even they could perish here. Lin Ming was now nearly the strongest person under the Divine Sea within the Sky Spill continent. In addition, he had many protective treasures with him. His fires of life were potent, his defensive power was abnormal, and his endurance and extreme speed limit were both freakish. In terms of survivability and escape capacity, here at the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, he wasn't necessarily much worse than a Divine Sea powerhouse like Situ Bonan, who was nearing the end of his life. After entering the 8,000-mile Black Swamp once again, Lin Ming was no longer the same late revolving core weakling he had been. In the face of the dangers here, he had enough strength to resist. Moreover, Lin Ming had already come to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp once before and was extremely familiar with the environment. Without any great danger, he soon arrived close to the center of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. However, wanting to find this divine dragon was not simple. Although this sea serpent divine dragon had a body over 1,000 miles long and emitted a gas that could cover the sun and moon, both space and time within this 8,000-mile Black Swamp were distorted and there were closed-off force fields everywhere. It was impossible to search for this divine dragon using one's perception. If one wished to find it, then they could only rely on their own luck. Soon, several days passed as Lin Ming searched the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, during which he encountered many of the strange and peculiar existences that lived here. There were creatures similar to ghosts, creatures of flesh and blood, and even creatures that looked as if they were formed from mud. However, since their strength was all below that of the Divine Sea, they simply weren't a threat to the current Lin Ming. At this point, in front of Lin Ming, a 10-foot-high humanoid monster appeared. Its skin was the color of a ghostly green and it was thickly corded with muscles. There was a single giant eye that dominated its head, and it grasped a mace that was larger than two men, waving it haphazardly in the wind. Cyclops Demon. Lin Ming was stunned and immediately recalled the name of this monster. This creature was an archaic desolate monster that existed in the ancient times of the Sky Spill continent 100,000 ago. Sometimes it was tamed by top masters to be their mounts. This monster's strength was incomparably powerful and its bodily defensive power was comparable to a heaven-step treasure. Its single eye could release a demonic light that sucked away all life vitality and turned the body to stone. Any random Cyclops demon could absolutely be ranked anywhere in the top 20 of the Destiny Decree. And this was only because they had low intelligence. Otherwise, if they could practice cultivation methods, martial skills, and concepts, then their combat efficiency could be imagined. The eye of a Cyclops demons was an extremely rare and precious alchemy ingredient, and their tough skin could be used to make heaven-step leather armor. However, they were simply far too difficult to deal with. Even a top 10 ranked Destiny Decree Master would find this task near impossible and would be advised to avoid them. The Cyclops demon's defensive power was just too formidable and its blood vitality was too potent. If one couldn't defeat it in a short period of time, then that was a recipe for disaster. However, Lin Ming actually didn't plan on avoiding it. He wanted to test the might of the great desolate blood halberd, and he also fancied the bodily materials of the Cyclops demon. He could keep the eye for his own use, and the rest of the body could be given to the Forsaken God clan to refine into treasures. Ca. A demonic light shot from the Cyclops demon's eye, beaming towards Lin Ming's heart like a bolt of thunder. Lin Ming stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, and vanished like a puff of smoke. In the next moment he had arrived behind the Cyclops demon. He held the great desolate blood halberd with both hands and revolved the power of the 8 inner hidden gates, using the gate of limit to erupt with over 1 million jins of strength, and the heavy great desolate blood halberd smashed down like a falling meteor where it struck the Cyclops demon's shoulder. Bang! With an explosive sound, the Cyclops demon's shoulder was twisted apart. Blood and broken pieces of bones shot into the wind. Because its feet couldn't withstand the tremendous pressure, both of them fractured and buckled. The entire right side of the Cyclops demon became ruined flesh, and all of its ribs were broken even as its organs came spilling out. The Cyclops demon that was famed for its amazing defensive power was smashed to death by Lin Ming's halberd. "This halberd is awesome," Lin Ming exclaimed out loud. Although he had erupted with his complete physical strength, he actually hadn't used true essence. Striking with that halberd had caused his arm to tingle and his blood to tumble in his body, but even so, he felt a feeling of satisfaction as if all the cells in his body were stretching out at once and wantonly absorbing energy. By just moving his body, he emitted crackling sounds from all his joints. This feeling of bliss was something that fighting with the essence gathering system could never achieve. Fighting with energy was still relying on non-bodily forces after all. If spear lights struck each other, no matter how intense the collision was, a martial artist would be safe as long as they weren't affected by the shockwaves. It wasn't like the body transformation fighting style, where every strike released an impact force that could be felt through the body. Although I don't use the Great Desolate Halberd art anymore, just using the Great Desolate Blood Halberd to hit people makes it a great weapon, Lin Ming thought out loud. He was about to cut apart the Cyclops demon's corpse, when at this moment he felt his heart shrink a bit as an inexplicable chill covered his entire body. This sense of unease and dread caused him to look up into the distance. He could only see that far off through the dense layers of fog, there was a group of shimmering fluorescent shadows floating over like ghosts. These shadows looked as though they were slowly drifting, but the truth was that their speed had reached the extreme. At first they were only small lights in the distance, but in the blink of an eye one could make out their appearance. They were 6 sinister-looking evil spirits all dressed in black robes. Their faces were fierce and they drifted to and fro like ghosts. Their demon claws each grasped a thick chain, and the 6 chains linked together, dragging a bronze ghost coffin behind them. This ghost coffin was immeasurably large, being 10 feet high and 30 feet long. All sorts of strange and mystical totems were carved into the coffin, and it seemed heavy and terrible, emitting an energy that made the soul tremble. Lin Ming instantly felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. He held his breath and drew back as far into the shadows as he could, not even daring to move about. It wasn't the coffin that these 6 evil spirits dragged that terrified him, but rather the 6 evil spirits themselves left Lin Ming gasping for breath. Because humans practiced a different cultivation system, Lin Ming couldn't make out the cultivations of these evil spirits. But he could still feel that all of them surpassed him by an immeasurable amount. Lin Ming himself already had a combat strength that reached the very pinnacle of all life destruction masters. Anyone higher would be at the legendary 8th stage of life destruction or the divine sea. And these 6 evil spirits had strength nearing that of a human divine sea supreme elder. They were likely equal to quasi-emperor existences of the Fey race and giant demon race. These 6 quasi-emperor-level powerhouses were all pulling a bronze ghost coffin together. Just what was in the ghost coffin? Lin Ming didn't think that it would contain only a corpse. Even if it were a corpse, it would be some strange demonic monster like a 10,000-year corpse devil or corpse puppet. And what was most likely was that whatever was inside that bronze ghost coffin was an existence from the same race as those 6 black-robed evil spirits. And its strength must be unimaginable. The 8,000-mile Black Swamp was known as a land that life-destruction martial artists would find perilous, but a divine sea supreme elder wouldn't be in too great of a danger. Thus, that mysterious existence within that bronze ghost coffin shouldn't belong to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Otherwise, if a normal divine sea powerhouse were to encounter it, they would be more than dead. Did that mean it was something that came from the true Sea of Miracles? As this thought suddenly flashed through his mind, Lin Ming's heartbeat nearly stopped. At this moment, he was very clear that if the monster in that bronze ghost coffin had even the slightest bit of interest in him, then he would most assuredly die here. The bronze ghost coffin was extremely fast. It only took a few breaths of time to travel several hundred miles away. However, to Lin Ming, every breath of time felt as long as a year. Ho! The ghost coffin flew away, floating right over Lin Ming's head before vanishing without a trace. The endless dark clouds on the horizon didn't have the slightest hint of light, as if complete darkness had fallen over the entire 8,000-mile Black Swamp. They left. Lin Ming felt his back and palms wet with a cold sweat. He knew that if that mysterious existence in that coffin had investigated its surroundings, there was no way he could have hidden from it. It was possible that it might have been sleeping, or it might have been because Lin Ming's own first-stage life-destruction cultivation was too low to arouse interest. But no matter the reason, he had just passed a great calamity. Just what was that? Wiping away his cold sweat, Lin Ming was still shaken with shock and alarm. He had originally been planning on exploring the 8,000-mile Black Swamp some more, but now it seemed as if it would be prudent to obtain the sea serpent crystals and leave here as soon as possible. Against a powerhouse of that level, he didn't believe he could resist even a tiny bit. Lin Ming hurriedly put away the Cyclops demon's corpse and immediately left. He displayed his movement technique and rushed towards the opposite direction of Bronze Ghost Coffin, rapidly flying ahead. However, before even an incense stick of time passed, he instantly came to a screeching halt. His breath caught in his throat and a chill crawled up his spine. In front of him was a dirty dark yellow river that surged with great billowing waves, emitting an infinite deathly energy. The Yellow Springs River. Chapter 873, Opening the Gate of Pain. Chapter 873, Opening the Gate of Pain. The dark and putrid Yellow Springs River was 1,000 feet wide. On the shores of the other side, the world was submerged in the darkness of night and filled with a suppressive, deathly silence. In the river's waters, countless skeletons floated on the surface. Of these skeletons, many of them were non-human races. Some of these races had wings, horns, tails, and even looked like hell demons from myths and legends. Just by glancing at this Yellow Springs River, an inexhaustible sorrow and despair filled the heart. It was like this river was alive and also held the most important thing of their entire life. But, no matter how they thought about it, they could never remember what it was. All they knew was that once they left here, they would lose it forever. Lin Ming had seen the Yellow Springs River before, but this time he was struck by the greatest summoning power yet. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was tough and his will was steady like iron, and he had also comprehended a silver battle spirit, then his mind would have likely fallen into the illusion and he would have died here. He fiercely bit down on the tip of his tongue, using that stinging pain to awaken himself. Lin Ming instantly launched his movement technique and flew backwards, running several dozen miles in a single breath. Only then did he slow down to collect his scattered thoughts and calm his fearful shock. As he looked over to the direction of the Yellow Springs River, he saw that it had already been covered in a foggy darkness, completely vanished without a trace. Just what is that Yellow Springs River? Why would it flow in the eternal demon abyss 1,000-mile forbidden zone, and why would I see it here at the 8,000-mile black swamp? The 8,000-mile black swamp was so broad, how could he possibly encounter the Yellow Springs River here? And as for those skeletons floating on top of the river, just looking at the pure number, there was likely no less than 1 billion corpses. That was 1 billion lives. Moreover, those were not ordinary existences. Those were all top super powerhouses. It seems that those evil spirits pulling the coffin were also one of the types of monsters in the Yellow Springs River. They have a horn on their head and their height is also similar. Although they were very far away, Lin Ming had been able to approximate the size of those 6 black evil spirits. They were around 10 to 20 feet tall. As for that bronze ghost coffin, it was 30 feet long. That was many times the height of a human. Perhaps they really did come from the Sea of Miracles. When Lin Ming was at the Holy Demon Continent, he had looked at many jade slips with records of the eternal demon abyss. He was able to confirm that there were existences that lived within the eternal demon abyss. Moreover, Lin Ming had also seen with his own eyes a living beast within the eternal demon abyss, a massive god beast that was thousands of miles in length. However, according to the description of the jade slips, these existences would never leave the eternal demon abyss of their own volition. There were only some of the weaker monsters that would be shot out by the occasional eruptions of the eternal demon abyss. What is in the Sea of Miracles? Could there be an entrance to another world? Lin Ming shook his head, not really believing that explanation. If the Sea of Miracles was truly an entrance to another world, then it was certainly a high-level world. Without discussing how extensive it was, just the rank of that world itself should be no less than a world of the divine realm. How could such a world be located at the remote and unknown Sky Spill continent? And how could the martial artists from the divine realm just freely ignore it? The existence of a new world meant new lucky chances. There would certainly be top powerhouses that came to explore the dangers of that new world. Lin Ming didn't understand this puzzle. He shook his head, no longer thinking about it. This matter simply far exceeded his current boundary and wasn't something he could investigate. Even by the time he reached the Divine Sea, he might not have the ability to enter the Sea of Miracles. That was a life-forbidden zone in the truest meaning of the term. I'm too weak. If I can reach Fairy Feng's level, then I might be able to do some investigating. Lin Ming sighed. At this time, a dense fog suddenly filled the dark skies, completely enveloping the world. The fog became increasingly thick, and after a short period of time it became like a thick black soup in the air, nearly solidifying into essence. As Lin Ming saw this occur, he let out a light breath. This was sea serpent gas. He had finally run into it. After being in the 8,000-mile black swamp for so many days, Lin Ming finally encountered the sea serpent gas once again. He calmly took out the cosmic melting furnace and began drawing a large amount of sea serpent gas into it. The burning star flame blazed and the black sea serpent gas quickly condensed. Compared to the last time that he entered the 8,000-mile black swamp, Lin Ming's speed at which he refined the sea serpent gas was several times quicker than before. This was because he had increased his cultivation and also because he had made significant progress with his alchemy technique. Soon, that massive amount of sea serpent gas was refined into a bean-sized sea serpent crystal. Lin Ming didn't stop here. He continued to draw in sea serpent gas and refine it, growing the crystal larger and larger until it reached the size of a finger. Because Lin Ming's strength had risen, his refined sea serpent crystals were even purer. Just this small crystal seemed as if it contained a hidden space within, both strange and mysterious. Lin Ming only required an incense stick of time to complete the first sea serpent crystal. He kept refining all the way until the black sea serpent gas finally dispersed. By this time, Lin Ming had refined over 50 sea serpent crystals. The last time Lin Ming was here, he had only refined a dozen or so sea serpent crystals. After leaving the cosmic melting furnace, Lin Ming felt a bit unsatisfied. These sea serpent crystals were top treasures. It was a pity that the sea serpent gas didn't last longer, otherwise his harvests would have been greater. And the next time he wanted to find this sea serpent dragon wouldn't be easy. The 8,000-mile black swamp was filled with layers of dangers. Even with Lin Ming's current cultivation, He still wasn't safe here. I only took less than 0.0001% of this sea serpent gas, and yet there is such an effect. I wonder just how powerful this sea serpent dragon is and just where it is hiding. How powerful is it compared to that great beast in the eternal demon abyss? Lin Ming didn't stop. He directly impacted straight into the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion until he reached the 90-mile zone. He let the heretical god Sprout absorb the golden red lightning to its limit, and then left the 8,000-mile black swamp in the same night. All through this time, Lin Ming didn't meet the purple lion thunder source. Perhaps it was because the Twin Life Thunder Crystal had already been used by Lin Ming, but whatever the reason, the purple lion thunder source hadn't sensed Lin Ming arriving. This saved him a great deal of trouble. 3 days later, Lin Ming returned to the Forsaken God clan through their hidden transmission array, and went directly to the seclusion chamber. He readied himself to open the gate of pain as well as simultaneously crossing the second stage of life destruction. With over 50 sea serpent crystals lined up around him, Lin Ming took out the wood spirit jade box containing the sealed myriad spirit pill from his spatial ring. As soon as he opened the wood spirit jade box, the myriad spirit pill instantly tried to rush out. Lin Ming caught it, feeling like he was holding a powerful divine insect in his hands. The pill wildly dashed around in his hand, hoping to escape. This pill really does have intelligence. If I were to let it go here, then it would escape into the deep mountains or seas where it would absorb essence energy. Perhaps after hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, it would eventually transform into some ghostly spirit. After he grasped the myriad spirit pill, Lin Ming recalled the method of how to use it from the Divine Realm Alchemist's memories. He took out a heaven-step dagger that he had requested from Shabai earlier, and then cut open his own chest without hesitation. Puff! Blood splattered outwards. Lin Ming's body was extremely tough. Even if he didn't use any energy to protect himself, just his own physical body was difficult enough to pierce. He had no choice but to pour his silver battle spirit into this dagger. After cutting open a gap in his chest between two of his ribs, Lin Ming could clearly feel the strong beating of his own heart. The myriad spirit pill contained the condensed plant essence from thousands of medicinal herbs, all of them turned into thin filaments. In order to completely absorb this pill, he would have to directly implant it into his heart and let his blood wash over it, causing those several thousand filaments to fuse into his body where it would be slowly absorbed. This was a long process that would take several days. To cut up their own heart, that was an action that an ordinary person would never have the will to do. Lin Ming took a deep breath and steadfastly cut down. Blood splashed out. Lin Ming shoved the myriad spirit pill into his heart, burying it deep inside a ventricle. Then, Lin Ming revolved the power of the Gate of Healing to slowly regenerate his wounds. However, the myriad spirit pill did not peacefully lie in Lin Ming's heart. It dashed left and right, smashing into the walls of Lin Ming's heart, every single impact like a hammer smashing into him. The heart was an extremely fragile and important organ. Normally, if a martial artist's heart were to be struck like this, then their heart would explode. They would vomit out blood and die on the spot. Even someone that practiced body transformation techniques and had extremely tough heart walls would find this sort of impact leading to arrhythmia and eventually death of the heart muscles. After Lin Ming swallowed the profound gold divine fruit, his physical body had become incomparably tough. In addition, with having opened the first 3 of the 8 inner hidden gates, he was just able to withstand this myriad spirit pill. It was only when the myriad spirit pill smashed into the wound that Lin Ming had created with a dagger did Lin Ming feel as if a saber was gouging into him. Every time this happened, he would become deathly pale and his forehead would become wet with sweat. As the medicinal efficacy flowed into his body, the striking impact of the myriad spirit pill became increasingly weak. Finally, it stopped crashing around and began to be obediently absorbed by Lin Ming. In implanting the myriad spirit pill, the only danger and pain were at the start. The medicinal efficacy itself was very gentle and easy to absorb. This was because the myriad spirit pill took a long time to dissolve. The several thousands of condensed medicinal herb filaments would have to enter the bloodstream one by one. This process was extremely time-consuming. In the blink of an eye, several more hours passed. The scab on Lin Ming's chest naturally fell off, leaving nothing behind but a shallow and rapidly fading white mark. At this time, Lin Ming had already entered the ethereal martial intent state. His 2 fists grasped 5 sea serpent crystals as he began to impact the Gate of Pain. The Gate of Pain was located in the palms. It could also be said to be 2 gates, one in each hand. At this time, Lin Ming moved his arms, lifting them evenly, palms up. 2 whirlpools of energy formed above Lin Ming's palms, and the essence of the sea serpent crystals was rapidly absorbed into them. The translucent black sea serpent crystals began to slowly whiten before becoming a stone-like white lime and then finally cracking with a par and turning into power. After 10 sea serpent crystals were finished, Lin Ming grabbed another 10 and continued to absorb them. Under the continuous wearing of this energy, the gates of pain in Lin Ming's palms were continually being impacted, becoming more and more loose. 10 hours. 20 hours. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. On the 4th day, far too much energy had gathered within Lin Ming's palms, full to the point where it seemed it would explode. The energy of over 50 sea serpent crystals had been completely sucked clean by Lin Ming. With a loud shout, his fists suddenly exploded and 2 arrows of blood shot high upwards, even breaking apart a massive hole in the dome of the seclusion chamber. Lin Ming's 2 palms seemed as if they had been pierced by arrows and shattered. The Gate of Pain had finally opened. Realm of the Gods is now referred to as Divine Realm. Realm of the Gods is now referred to as Divine Realm. Chapter 874, Comprehending the Laws of Time. Lin Ming drooped downwards until his back was against the ground. His hands slightly trembled and a small pool of blood was already appearing underneath him. Looking at his body, Lin Ming was overjoyed even as he wryly shook his head. All the meridians on his arms had been broken, and even some of the meridians of his body had been damaged. His 2 hands would be temporarily useless. The word pain in the Gate of Pain contained the implications of a double-edged sword. Opening the Gate of Pain would cause damage to the martial artist, and while fighting using the power of the Gate of Pain, that would also cause a burden on a martial artist's body. Thus, this was the reason the Gate of Pain was the last of the 8 inner hidden gates' first 4 gates. Only by opening the Gate of Healing and the Gate of Limit, which could drastically change the physical properties of a martial artist, would they then be able to withstand the backlash from the Gate of Pain. As Lin Ming looked at his hands, he gave up crossing the 2nd stage of life destruction for the time being. Usually, these types of wounds could be healed in several days with Lin Ming's regenerative powers. But, the wounds brought forth by the Gate of Pain would last for over a month. Moreover, during this period of time, his physical condition and all aspects of his combat strength would decline by a great deal, before slowly restoring to an even higher peak. There was a sense of breaking himself and creating something even better. But during this time, Lin Ming didn't plan on simply resting either. He planned to meditate on the space-time laws jade slips that Old Man Good Fortune had left behind. In particular, the records concerning the concept of time. Lin Ming was extremely interested in those. With the meridians in his arms ruined and unable to connect energy through his body, Lin Ming's current strength was even worse than some low-level martial artists. He simply rode a divine carriage that was pulled by 8 golden birds that resembled phoenixes, soaring through the skies of the forsaken god clan's back mountains. He enjoyed viewing the various beautiful flowers and trees, meditating on the time laws in comfort. Although the forsaken god clan's dimensional realm was covered in layers of array formations, Shabai still sent out many bodyguards to accompany him. There were even many beautiful maids that served him, meticulously meeting all of his needs. As Lin Ming rode on top of the divine carriage, wrapped in silk and cloth and jewels, his handsome and exquisite jade-like looks facing the world, he seemed like a noble prince. This was a sort of life that many martial artists desired. For instance, the South Sea's Nanyun Wang, or many of the princes and princesses of the 4 divine kingdoms would be accompanied by heavenly music as they went out to travel. They would have divine soldiers clearing the way for them with saint beasts drawing their carriage forwards. Meanwhile, they would even have massive numbers of beautiful young maids and concubines around them, hugging these women left and right. Lin Ming never thought that one day, he too would enjoy a similar life. After resting for 40 days, Lin Ming finally felt his strength slowly return to his body. The meridians of his arms had nearly been completely restored, and there was nothing left on his two palms but extremely faint scars that looked like water marks. One couldn't even see them unless one looked very closely. These were scars left behind by the gate of pain. After more time passed, even those would vanish, only revealing themselves when he opened the gate of pain. At that time, Lin Ming would also be able to burst out with his strongest energy, instantly reaching almost 2 million jins of strength. Following that, Lin Ming felt his strength was growing every day. The muscles of his body grew with beautiful edged lines, accentuating a gently aesthetic beauty that was smooth and powerful at the same time. He felt as if he had been reborn once again. His body had been filled with endless strength, as if he could lift a mountain above himself. What Lin Ming most desired to do now was to find a powerful opponent to fight. Unfortunately, no one under the Divine Sea was his match any longer, and as for those Divine Sea masters like Shabai, he wasn't able to defeat them. Within the Sky Spill continent, in the last 100,000 years of never-ending time, it was extremely rare for a life-destruction martial artist to be able to jump ranks and fight a Divine Sea master. First, this was because there was a massive gap between life destruction and the Divine Sea, and every person able to break into the Divine Sea was themselves a proud son of heaven, a peerless genius of their era. Of course, those Divine Sea powerhouses that couldn't break into the Divine Sea before they were 100 years old and had to rely on lucky chances to do so were only the weakest of Divine Sea powerhouses. Only those martial artists that stepped into the Divine Sea realm through their own strength could be considered true peak emperor-level talents. In order to cross a great boundary to defeat a proud son of heaven, one had to be an even more monstrous genius. Wasn't that easier said than done? Perhaps those 6 evil spirits I saw in the 8,000-mile black swamp that were pulling the bronze ghost coffin might be able to give me a hearty battle. That bronze ghost coffin still echoed in Lin Ming's mind. Just what level had the existence slumbering within reached? Lin Ming shook his head, no longer thinking about these things as he continued to perceive the time laws. The time laws that Old Man Good Fortune left behind were extremely mysterious, enough to keep Lin Ming entranced. After immersing himself within them, several hours passed in an instant. Lin Ming's impression was that the concept inheritances of the Sky Spill continent were far more limited than those from the Divine Realm. But the concept of time jade slip that Old Man Good Fortune had left behind actually had some direct hints about the source of the Great Tao. This was simply like the inheritances from the Divine Realm. Did Old Man Good Fortune enter into a mystic realm left behind in the Sky Spill continent from 100,000 years ago, and obtain an inheritance from the Divine Realm? No matter how talented a martial artist was, they still had to have some sort of basis in order to deduce even more profound concepts and laws. It was impossible to form a set of laws from thin air. All signs indicated that 100,000 years ago, the martial arts civilization of the Sky Spill continent was glorious, even containing the tiniest hint of the splendor from the Divine Realm. Old Man Good Fortune had lived for 8,000 years. It was impossible to count just how many places he had been to or how many mystic realms he had explored. It wasn't strange for him to have such an inheritance. I wonder why Old Man Good Fortune would lend such precious jade slips to me. As Lin Ming was thinking of returning to his chamber and practicing some of the laws recorded on the jade slips, at this time, the flame of a sound-transmitting talisman shined out in front of him. This was a message from Shabai. The message was simply, "Please come to the Elder's Palace." Millimeter. Lin Ming was startled. This must be a serious matter for Shabai to want to speak to him face to face. As Lin Ming arrived at the Elder's Palace, he saw that Shabai and the masked old man were already waiting inside for him. The masked old man was the second Divine Sea Supreme Elder of the Forsaken God clan. He was extremely mysterious and rarely spoke, even Lin Ming didn't know his name. On a table in front of Shabai were placed 2 letters. As Lin Ming looked at the seals marking them, he saw that they came from the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom and the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom. The 9-Furnace Divine Kingdoms Yang Yun and the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom Zuye Qingfeng have each sent a letter. Take a look at them. Shabai flicked his finger and both letters flew into Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming was originally calm, but as he slowly read through them, he found it increasingly difficult to keep his cool. As Lin Ming finished reading both letters, he let out a long breath. The two letters spoke of the same matter. It was that the Temple of Marvels that existed in the Sea of Miracles had appeared in the skies above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. When Lin Ming had joined Yang Yun at the Nine Flowers banquet, he had heard a sublime smelting prince mention the Temple of Marvels. This temple was extremely fantastical and was said to appear only in the deepest areas of the Sea of Miracles. Only some divine sea supreme elders that had penetrated deep into the 8,000-mile Black Swamp had been able to spot it from a distance, and even they felt as if they were looking at nothing more than a mirage. No one had ever returned alive from the Sea of Miracles, and even approaching the edge was dangerous, let alone investigating the temple. Just a random great beast from the Sea of Miracles would be able to easily devour a divine sea supreme elder. But now, because of some unknown reason, the Temple of Marvels had appeared in the skies of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp for the first time in known history. As Lin Ming thought of this, he immediately remembered the bronze ghost coffin he had encountered earlier. The existence sleeping within it might very well have come from the Sea of Miracles. After he saw that bronze ghost coffin, the Temple of Marvels had drifted out from the Sea of Miracles. It was natural to associate the two when there was such a coincidence. How were the two related? Was it even possible that the Temple of Marvels was the palace of the existence within the coffin? Looking again, it seemed that the four divine kingdoms had already used various methods to investigate the Temple of Marvels the day before. The Sea of Miracles was known as an absolute life-forbidden zone, and the Temple of Marvels was also likely a cursed place. Even if they knew there were lucky chances within that defied the will of the heavens, no one dared to recklessly rush in for fear that they would never be able to step back out. The Azura Divine Kingdom had sent out slaughter puppets to investigate. The Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom, Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom, and Seven-Star Divine Kingdom had also sent out similar puppets or enemies they had planted slave seals within to investigate the Temple of Marvels. In around a month's time they would have their results. At that time, they would assess the risks and decide whether or not they should enter. Currently, the entire periphery of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp had been cordoned off by the four divine kingdoms and it was impossible to enter. Yang Yun and Yu Qingfeng had both sent these letters because they wished to ask Lin Ming whether or not he would like to explore the Temple of Marvels with them. Lin Ming was filled with longing and curiosity for the secrets in the Sea of Miracles. With Lin Ming's character, he normally would have made the trip. But now, with the great enemy of Situ Haotian floating around, he couldn't help but think solemnly of his decision. Lin Ming didn't think he had the ability to escape Situ Haotian, even after opening the Gate of Pain. In the mystic realm, the Azura Divine Kingdom simply wouldn't care about decorum. Once Lin Ming was killed, just what could the Forsaken God clan do? If he died, what use would there be in them killing Situ Yaoyu? And besides Situ Haotian, he feared that characters like the Nine Furnace Highest Divine Emperor and the Sublime Smelting Imperial Grand Uncle would appear. These people were existences Lin Ming could not possibly hope to contend with. They might outwardly be on good terms with him, but in that mystic realm with enormous benefits all around, who knew just what they would do? Little brother Lin, I don't think you need to take this risk, Shabai slowly said after considering the matter for a moment. Because of my Forsaken God clan's bloodline curse, we are unable to leave this dimensional realm for an extended period of time. This sort of mystic realm will likely not be explored in 3 to 5 days, so it's impossible for us to go. And in truth, even if we did go with you, if we leave the protection of the Realm Heart Great Array, we will no longer be a match for the Azura Divine Kingdom. And if you go by yourself, you will be in extreme danger. Situ Yaoyu can be used as a chip to threaten the Azura Divine Kingdom, but it's impossible for you to take her along as a protective charm. I understand, Lin Ming nodded. Although he loved to adventure and explore, he certainly wouldn't enter a mystic realm with such a low chance of survival. He could only say that it was an unfortunate set of circumstances. However, what Lin Ming didn't expect was that just a day later, another letter would arrive. This letter was from Old Man Good Fortune. He intended to enter the Temple of Marvels, and if Lin Ming desired to go, he could also bring Lin Ming along. Old Man Good Fortune. Lin Ming's heart stirred as he took a deep breath. Realm of the gods is now referred to as divine realm. Realm of the gods is now referred to as divine realm. Chapter 875, Second Stage Life Destruction. With Lin Ming's current strength, he was far from being able to protect himself if he entered the Temple of Marvels. But, if he could obtain the protection of Old Man Good Fortune, then even a top-level character like the Nine-Furnace Highest Divine Emperor wouldn't even be able to touch him. Lin Ming only casually knew Old Man Good Fortune and had no particular reason to trust him. But as he thought of it, Old Man Good Fortune was like a wild crane that leisurely flew through the world with no influence behind him, and without any conflicts of interest. There was just no reason to harm him. Moreover, for someone at his rank, there was very little in this world that would cause him to scheme. And even Old Man Good Fortune had been planning something. He could have just abducted Lin Ming from the dimensional realm by force, and Shabai would have only been able to watch helplessly as that happened. There would have been no need to wait for today. "Little brother Lin, what do you plan on doing?" Shabai asked. "No matter what I do, first I must break through the second stage of life destruction." There was only a month until the time to enter the Temple of Marvels. Increasing his own strength first would be the safest bet. If he crossed the second stage of life destruction and also opened the Gate of Pain, then Lin Ming had no idea just how strong he would become at that time. Although it was impossible for him to contend against the likes of Situ Haotian, he believed he would have enough strength to safely escape Situ Yaoshi or Situ Bonan with his life intact. Break through the second stage of life destruction? Great. Shabai was startled, but not too surprised. Lin Ming had stepped into the peak of the first stage of life destruction a year ago, and after such a long time passed, it wasn't strange for him to break into the second stage. 2 days later, Lin Ming closed up once again. After opening the Gate of Pain, Lin Ming's physical strength and mentality were at their highest peak. Successfully breaking through the second stage of life destruction was nearly guaranteed. When Lin Ming first crossed into life destruction from the revolving core realm, he had used his dantian as the core to disintegrate his body, so it hadn't been easy at all. But for breaking through to the second stage life destruction, he was able to use all of the true essence within his body and flesh to thoroughly decompose his body. This was a much simpler process, and Lin Ming also had ample amounts of golden red lightning stored in the heretical god sprout. Within the seclusion chamber, layers of array formations covered the central platform. Lin Ming stepped onto the central array platform and then revolved all the energy within his body and divided his 360 acupoints into 72 points. These 72 points covered his entire body. With Lin Ming's control, he crazily absorbed true essence. Then, with his dantian as the center, he erupted. Golden red lighting poured out from the heretical god sprout. Combined with the energy throughout his body, it thoroughly broke down his body. All his meridians ruptured as a rain of blood shot into the air. Lin Ming turned into a vague blood fog that was filled with an incomparably pure heaven and earth origin energy. Normally, if a person's body exploded like this, then they would be deader than dead. However, the miraculous and marvelous laws prevented this from happening. This could be called the heavenly Tao, and the road of martial arts was only a single path of exploring the heavenly Tao. When a martial artist cultivated martial arts, they were conquering the heavenly Tao to use for themselves, thus the reason why cultivating the martial path was considered to be defying the will of heavens. On a human's journey on the road of martial arts, there were unknown laws that would protect them during these crucial moments. When they were about to break through the boundaries of life destruction, their body would completely disintegrate, with energy fusing into their every cell. Then, all of this would be locked into a small area, forming an accommodation for their soul. This primordial life soup was similar to the amniotic fluid that surrounded a baby in their mother's womb, allowing the martial artist to maintain their fires of life. Rich heaven and earth origin energy would fuse into this primordial life soup, tempering all the cells with energy and ejecting the impurities. These cells would then begin to reform into a spirit body. The grade of the spirit body all depended on how thoroughly a martial artist disintegrated their body and how pure the energy was that tempered their cells. In this primordial life soup, Lin Ming's consciousness was incomparably clear. It was like he had become a liquid life form. He swam in a sea of energy, able to examine every cell in his body and watch as his flesh and blood were tempered by energy, slowing changing. A month soon passed. The results of the investigation of the Temple of Marvels returned. The 4 divine kingdoms had joined forces to jointly send 30 test puppets into the Temple of Marvels. Finally, only 2 had returned, one from the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom and one from the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom. This was because the test puppets those 2 divine kingdoms had sent out had been the strongest. Especially the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdoms. In order to obtain the best and the most information they could on the Temple of Marvels, they had even sent out a divine sea-level puppet. Even the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom only had a single such puppet. They had consumed a massive amount of heavenly materials in order to freeze its fires of life and seal it away, and now was the best time to use it. All those below the Divine Sea will be in dire peril if they enter. And those at the Divine Sea have a chance of dying, but they can most likely return alive. The results of the investigation were extremely satisfying. It had to be said that the Temple of Marvels was a place of ancient ruins that floated over the skies in the Sea of Miracles. It wouldn't be strange for all who entered to die. However, with the protection of a divine sea powerhouse, then the most extraordinary disciples of the 4 divine kingdoms might be able to go in to experience an adventure. Not to mention the massive lucky chances that likely existed in the Temple of Marvels, but even if these young disciples weren't able to obtain any great treasures for themselves, just going in and expanding their horizons by experiencing such a high-level mystic realm would be extremely advantageous for their future growth. Forsaken God Clan, Dimensional Realm. In the seclusion chamber, Lin Ming slowly woke up. He was lying naked on the floor. After his body was broken down and reformed, it gave off a feeling that he had been resurrected from the dead. The second stage of life destruction had been successfully crossed. From outer appearances, Lin Ming lacked a touch of sharp and dominating aura. All of it was restrained within him, making him see as if he were an elegant young man that loved to read books and recite poetry. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and countless arcs of purple electricity formed in the air. These electric arcs were thin and long and gathered together like strands of silk, forming substantialized purple cloth. After a moment, this purple silk wrapped around Lin Ming's body and formed a loose robe. This loose robe covered all the beautiful hard lines of Lin Ming's muscles, making him seem like a young student scholar. However, Lin Ming's eyes flashed as if thunder was contained within them. These shining sparks were actually the power of thunder that had deeply penetrated into every cell of Lin Ming's body, almost having the same effect of carving the thunder laws into his body. In terms of Lin Ming's cultivation, although he had just stepped into the second stage of life destruction, he had already reached large success of the second stage. Despite the fact that he wasn't yet at the peak, this couldn't be considered too far from the third stage of life destruction. This was the superiority that came from having an incomparably solid foundation. Once one broke through, they would easily be able to touch upon the next realm. With every step Lin Ming took, he could feel that every breath he took contained a touch of fragrance. Even his bodily fluids like his saliva and sweat had an aromatic and fresh scent. This was because after he was reborn with a spirit body, not only were there no impurities in his body, but any casual movement he took was able to direct heaven and earth origin energy into his body, flooding every corner of his being with that pure energy. Mortals loved to describe the bodily fragrance of a fairy maiden as having been untouched by the fires and smoke of men, their bodies not smelling like the wine and meat of the mortal world. The reason for this was because they ate rare spirit flowers and fruits every day, and what they drank was the fresh mountain dew of the early morning. Only through this way could they guarantee that their bodies weren't tainted by the impurities of common mortals. But Lin Ming didn't need to do any of this. He could eat rice and meat just like a common mortal, and because he now possessed a spirit body, he would naturally eliminate all impurities from his body and refine pure energy. This was also the reason why the life destruction stages were called the process when a martial artist was reborn. Little brother Lin, Old Man Good Fortune's letter has arrived. He will arrive at Port State in 3 days and wait for you there. As Shabai saw Lin Ming leave seclusion, his eyes brightened for a moment before he spoke. For someone like Lin Ming, it would only be strange if he failed his breakthrough. Okay. Port State was a city located in the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom. It was close to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp and not too far away from where the Temple of Marvels was located. Little brother Lin, I will personally bring you to Port State. But everything after that will depend on your own ability. You must be extra cautious. Although you broke through to the second stage of life destruction, it is still far away from making up for the gap between you and a divine sea powerhouse. Shabai said in his estimation. He didn't know that Lin Ming had broken through the gate of pain, so it was naturally impossible for him to estimate Lin Ming's combat strength. Then I must trouble Patriarch Shabai. Lin Ming didn't refuse the offer. 3 days later, at a courtyard deep within Port State, a Godspeed boat flew in and dropped off a young man and woman. These two appeared as if they were 20 to 30 years old, but the truth was that they had already practiced martial arts for over 60 years. They only had a youthful appearance because they had crossed life destruction at a very young age. These two people were the hidden ascetics of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom and some of the most astounding youths of their generation. The young man was named Yang Mu, and his cultivation was impressively at the 7th stage of life destruction. However, he didn't have a Dantian variation, so he was slightly inferior to Sichu Yaoyu in that aspect. Nonetheless, his comprehension of laws actually surpassed hers, and he had also comprehended an elementary battle spirit. The young woman was named Qin Yu. She was not part of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom's royal family, but rather a disciple with a different last name. Although her cultivation was only at the 6th stage of life destruction, if one looked carefully at her Dantian, they could see that all sorts of strange phenomena were occurring within. There seemed to be a faint space developing within her Dantian, and her true essence also appeared as if it were condensing into liquid. This was the sign that she was beginning to enter the Divine Sea. After a marshal reached the Hutian realm, that was the time they opened their Dantian and would begin to train it. During the Hutian realm, one's true essence would be a mess without any organization to it, so their reserves of true essence would be extremely limited. Once the true essence within the Dantian condensed into a cyclone, there would then be order. The total amount of true essence would increase and it would also become much easier to control. And after arriving at the revolving core realm, true essence would solidify into a revolving core crystal nucleus. During this time, their total true essence quantity would rise several times. During the stages of life destruction, there would be no changes in the Dantian. Rather, a martial artist's physical body would transform into a spirit body and they would gain the characteristic of saving true essence in their flesh. This would again cause the total quantity of true essence within them to increase by several times. After arriving at the Divine Sea realm, a martial artist's body would be completely soaked in true essence, without any more space to store more. And at this point, countless billions of years ago, the innumerable supreme elders that had forged the foundation for the road of martial arts had developed a new path. This was to form a minor dimension within the Dantian, and after true essence liquefied, to store that true essence within. The size of this minor dimension depended on a martial artist's foundation and strength. It could be small or large. When an 8th stage life destruction powerhouse finally reached the late Divine Sea realm, that minor dimension would be extremely vast. The liquid true essence would surge and tumble just like a vast sea. Thus, this boundary was called the Divine Sea. To a martial artist, the Divine Sea realm was a major leap upwards. The word divine also indicated that martial artists who stepped into this realm gained the power of a god in the eyes of mortals. Their fists could shatter the skies, their feet could crack the earth, and they were capable of upturning the oceans. They were simply omnipotent beings. And now, this young woman named Qin Yu had given birth to a rudimentary minor dimension within her Dantian, with half of her true essence liquefied. This was the sign that she was a half-step into the Divine Sea realm. Once one reached half-step Divine Sea, then barring any accident, they would be able to become a Divine Sea Supreme Elder within 2 or 3 years. This Qin Yu was already destined to become a Divine Sea powerhouse. Chapter 876, All Heroes Gathered. Chapter 876, All Heroes Gathered. The Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom was the most powerful of the 4 Divine Kingdoms, and thus their number of geniuses far outstripped that of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Although a talent on the level of Sichu Yaryu was once in a millennium to the Azura Divine Kingdom, in the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom she would have appeared every 300 to 400 years. Crown Prince, Your Highness. Yang Mu and Qin Yu greeted Yang Yun, but there wasn't much respect showing on their faces. Qin Yu was already a half-step Divine Sea Master, and would become a Divine Sea Supreme Elder in just a few more years, enjoying similar treatment to a High Prince. She naturally didn't need to bow to the Crown Prince. As for Yang Mu, he was already 70 years old and had a 7th stage life destruction cultivation. In the future there was a chance he would become a top-level character like the Nine Furnace Highest Divine Emperor, so he naturally wouldn't respect someone like Yang Yun who was over 30 years younger than him. In fact, Yang Mu was very unwilling to accept that Yang Yun had inherited the position of Crown Prince. Yang Mu even had faint thoughts of replacing him. Elder brother Mu, Fairy Qin. Yang Yun faintly smiled as he greeted them. Tomorrow, the 4 Divine Kingdoms will remove the blockade and officially enter the Temple of Marvels. This exploration might even reveal the secrets of the Sea of Miracles. It is of great significance. Moreover, as Yang Yun spoke to Hear, he took out a blue jade slip. My Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom was the first to bring back information about the Temple of Marvels from our probe. As for the 7-star Divine Kingdom and the Azura Divine Kingdom, all of the puppets and slaves they sent in died, so they have no information. As for the explorer from the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom, he didn't dare to go too deep into the Temple of Marvels, so their information isn't as detailed as ours. Take a look. This information came at a significant cost, so make sure you keep it absolutely secret. As Yang Yun spoke, he tossed the blue jade slip towards Yang Mu and Qin Yu. After the two looked through it, their expressions changed. Yang Mu's eyes lit up. The Temple of Marvels is related to the secrets of the ancient times martial artists that ascended. It's our speculation. Yang Yun calmly nodded. The so-called ancient times referred to the period of time 100,000 years ago. That was when the Sky-Spill continent's martial arts civilization was at its most glorious and prosperous era. Compared to the current times, it seemed as if they were two completely separate worlds. According to the legends, 100,000 years ago, when a martial artist reached the Middle Divine Sea realm, they would have a reasonable chance of ascending into the Divine Realm. As for those unrivaled talents with strength that far surpassed martial artists of their level, they could break through the martial void at the early Divine Sea realm or even 8th stage life destruction realm and ascend upwards. But in the last 100,000 years, there were far too few martial artists that were able to ascend to the Divine Realm. There were only the few widely known and extremely rare martial artists like Emperor Sokia and the Demon Emperor that were known to have ascended. As for some others that were said to have ascended, no one knew if they had succeeded or died in the process. Moreover, it was a complete riddle just how these people had ascended. It seemed as if once they reached a certain amount of strength, they had formed a phenomenon of the heavens and earth and simply vanished. Even top-level characters like the Sublime Smelting Imperial Grand Uncle and the Nine Furnace Highest Divine Emperor had no idea how to ascend upwards. After flying into the Divine Realm, there were advantages as well as disadvantages. In the Sky-Spill continent, characters like the Nine Furnace Highest Divine Emperor could be said to control the world in their palms with no one daring to slight them. But once they reached the Divine Realm, they would actually be more minuscule than a nameless peon. If they tried to explore a mystic realm, they would easily die 4 or 5 times if someone tried to slap them to death. Even so, there were many masters that wished to ascend, especially the juniors. Those that were able to reach the Divine Sea could be said to have a devoted heart towards their road of martial arts. It was difficult for them to be tempted by any of the pleasures of the world. To them, only further martial arts breakthroughs would bring them joy and fulfill their obsessions. The Sky-Spill continent was too limited. Not to mention the resources, but the environment and inheritances there were simply a blank slate. In the Sky-Spill continent, for the inheritances of concepts and laws to reach the 2nd or 3rd boundary, that was already first class. As for the 7 or 8 boundaries behind that, no one in the Sky-Spill continent had even heard of them before. This sort of martial arts inheritance was accumulated over hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years, through the combined effort of countless martial artists. No matter how talented one was, It was impossible for a single person to accomplish all of this. To stay in the Sky-Spill continent meant that one would be destined to have no luck in reaching a realm above the Divine Sea and also be limited to 10,000 years of life. All of the juniors to have reached this stage were chosen prides of heaven, and all of them were ambitious individuals. Just who was willing to watch the thousands of years pass them by before they slowly turned into bones? Taking a step back, even if they didn't manage to accomplish anything in the divine realm, it seemed that there was a way to re-enter the lower realms. Although they needed to pay some price, there was hope. As Yang Mu and Qin Yu thought of this, both of them appeared excited and looked forwards to this jaunt into the Temple of Marvels more and more. This would relate to both of their future achievements. After Lin Ming arrived at Port State, he saw Old Man Good Fortune sitting near a table in a courtyard, his appearance still otherworldly and wizened as it had always been. His green ox was grazing underneath a tree. Looking at this scene, it was impossible to imagine that he might be the current top master of the entire Sky-Spill continent. Greetings to Senior Good Fortune. Little friend Lin does not need to be so courteous. During this trip into the Temple of Marvels, I fear that those old fellows Yang Laroshan and Uyahua will also come. Although old me has confidence to defeat them one-on-one, if the two of them joined forces then I would definitely lose. Moreover, besides those two fellows, there will also be many masters that have stayed hidden so far, with early and middle Divine Sea martial artists everywhere. The younger generation, including you, should only enter to gain experience. Make sure that you take your own safety as your top priority. Old Man Good said in a gentle tone as he sat on a stone stool, his hands leaning on his peach walking stick. The Yang Laroshan he referred to was the Nine-Furnace Highest Divine Emperor, and Uyahua was the Sublime Smelting Imperial Grand Uncle. Both of them were characters that had lived for 5,000 to 6,000 years and were unfathomable. It had already been thousands of years since Old Man Good Fortune fought with Yang Laroshan. It was impossible to determine just how strong he had become since then. This junior understands. Lin Ming nodded. The truth was that while one of the reasons he came to the Temple of Marvels was to seek lucky chances, that wasn't the most important reason. The reason that he would take the risk and journey into the Temple of Marvels was also because he wished to investigate the secret of the Sea of Miracles and the eternal demon abyss. He faintly felt that it was related to the fall of the Sky-Spill continent's martial arts world 100,000 years ago. He wanted to know just who that great emperor was that had left the heart that still kept beating after 100,000 years, and just what the identity of that peerless goddess was. It was impossible for him to guess what realm that unrivaled great emperor was at. But in terms of life alone, a late Divine Sea martial artist could live for 10,000 years. Taking a step further, at the next great boundary, it stood to reason that one could live for tens of thousands of years. As for the boundary after that, that should be 100,000 years of life. And as for that unrivaled great emperor who had left his heart in the eternal demon abyss, his heart still kept beating after 100,000 years. Moreover, it was filled with rushing blood vitality, every beat being able to move the heavens and earth. If so, just how long was he able to live for? It was simply unimaginable. Lin Ming had inherited the memories of many divine realm powerhouses. Although they were all incomplete memories, he could still approximate just what status that unrivaled great emperor had within the divine realm. He was definitely a peak, top-level character, in no way inferior to the legendary world kings. To such a singular and unsurpassed hero, Lin Ming was filled with curiosity and respect towards his majesty and life story. On the next day, the skies above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp welcomed a crowd of the Sky-Spill continent's peak powerhouses. The 4 divine kingdoms, holy lands, and various hidden masters around the world did not want to miss such a rare opportunity. There was no need to mention why the young Divine Sea powerhouses came. As long as they could come across some lucky chance, they could walk further down their martial path. As for the older Divine Sea powerhouses, they didn't have much hope for making further progress, but since their lives were already coming to an end, they might as well take this battle to the death and hope that they could bump into some amazing luck. In addition, the various heroic young elites of the Divine Kingdoms and Holy Lands had come. They had come here mainly under the shelter of their elders in order to see the world and open their minds. For a time, hundreds of Saint Beast mounts, shining gold divine carriages, and jade spirit boats hundreds of feet long appeared in the skies, overflowing with divine light. This truly seemed like an auspicious sign. Against such a big ruckus, the startled and scared vicious beasts of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp didn't dare to appear. However, these vicious beasts were only the ordinary vicious beasts. If the truly terrifying phenomena of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp appeared, then even these great figures would have to make way. For instance, the Yellow Springs River or an ancient beast on the level of the sea serpent dragon. Thus, even as these great figures seemed proud and haughty, they were in fact spreading their perception in all directions. As long as some type of phenomenon occurred that they weren't able to contend with, then they would be able to dodge ahead of time. Otherwise, if this strongest lineup of the entire Sky Spill continent suffered serious losses before they could even reach the entrance to the Temple of Marvels, that would truly be a joke. All the powerhouses were divided into 5 different waves. The first 4 waves were made up of the 4 divine kingdoms and the sects and family clans that followed them. The last wave was comprised of the lone sects and scattered martial artists. This wave was the smallest and the weakest, with only a few dozen people there. The younger generation of this wave was even more sad. They were simply unable to compare with the 4 divine kingdoms. Millimeter. Old Man Good Fortune. It wasn't known which martial artist suddenly shouted this, but as everyone followed his gaze they could see the white-robed Old Man Good Fortune riding a green ox as they floated on a cloud. And behind him was a handsome young man who didn't even seem like a martial artist, but rather an elegant scholar. Old Man Good Fortune, Lin Lanjian. Before now, those present didn't know if these two would come. Even Yang Yun and Ye Qingfeng weren't sure. As these two arrived, even Divine Sea Supreme Elders felt fear in their hearts. Old Man Good Fortune's fame was too great. As for Lin Ming, there was no need to mention him. He was an existence that absolutely could not be provoked. One only had to take a look at the Azura Divine Kingdom's current fate to see what the outcome would be, and this was only the time when Lin Ming hadn't yet grown. No one knew just what heights he would reach in 10 years. Old Man Good Fortune, I didn't think you would really come. You really have appeared too much this past while. An old voice suddenly sounded out. On the side of the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom, an old man in a purple-gold imperial robe suddenly stood up from a golden divine carriage. He was the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom's highest divine emperor, Yang Laroshan. Even Yang Laroshan didn't know Old Man Good Fortune's real name. They only knew the moniker that he went by. Old Man Good Fortune showed a smile that didn't seem as if it would change in 10,000 years. Old me has just finished 800 years of seclusion, so I've been feeling a bit restless and wanted to come out and catch some fresh air. Brother Laroshan should feel relieved. Old me only wishes to come to this Temple of Marvels to take a look. I'll make sure I don't bother Brother Laroshan's little treasure hunt. Seclusion for 800 years. There was a collective gasp from the surroundings. Many of the young martial artists present weren't even 80 years old yet. It was nearly impossible for them to imagine closing up for 800 years in one go. Lin Ming thought this was hilarious. What these people didn't know was that while Old Man Good Fortune said he had gone into seclusion for 800 years, the truth was that it was only 80 years. He had slowed down the flow of time within his seclusion by 10 times, thus 80 years there was equal to 800 years outside. Chapter 877, Entering the Temple. Chapter 877, Entering the Temple. Young Laroshan's eyebrows audibly clicked together as he heard Old Man Good Fortune's words. Although he didn't believe such nonsense like that he would be able to close up for 800 years at a time, he was able to confirm that he certainly had some sort of secret skill to extend his life. That was his understanding of time laws. Young Laroshan couldn't say that this didn't tempt him, but against this Old Man Good Fortune, whose strength likely surpassed his own, young Laroshan had no thoughts that he would be able to snatch the concept of time inheritance from Old Man Good Fortune's hands. Young Laroshan thought for a moment and didn't continue to speak. He felt an extreme fear towards Old Man Good Fortune in his heart. On the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom side, the Sublime Smelting Imperial Grand Uncle Uye Hua greeted Old Man Good Fortune with a faint smile. He wasn't too familiar with Old Man Good Fortune. They were neither enemies nor friends. He wasn't like young Laroshan, who had once fought with Old Man Good Fortune. Lin Ming could feel gazes filled with intense hatred beaming onto his body from the crowd. As he looked around, he wasn't surprised at all to see that it was Sichu Bonan and Sichu Yaoshi. Those two old fellows are really haunting me like ghost. Lin Ming's expression sank. Sichu Yaoshi and Sichu Bonan were nearing the end of their lifespan, and they had originally relied on lucky chances to forcefully rise to the Divine Sea realm. If they missed this chance, then their lives would come to an end in another 500 to 600 years. Lin Ming would have been shocked if they hadn't come. Haha, Brother Lin, you really came. In the distance, Ye Qingfeng and Yang Yun greeted Lin Ming, both of them cupping their hands across their chests. Lin Ming also greeted them in return. In a brief glimpse, Lin Ming could see that there were several outstanding young elites standing beside Ye Qingfeng and Yang Yun. Their cultivations were at the 6th and 7th stage of life destruction, and the aura they released was no weaker than that of Sichu Yaoyu. His Lin Lanjian. Beside Ye Qingfeng, a young man holding a blue sword arched his eyebrows upwards. His name was Ye Kun, and he was the same as Qin Yu, a 6th-stage life destruction martial artist that was a half-step into the Divine Sea. However, he was just a tad stronger than Qin Yu. He had inborn purple Tang meridians, a meridian variation. However, those born with purple yang meridians were destined to have normal martial talent. Ye Qin was finally unable to take that final step into the 7th stage of life destruction. And thus, with his 6th stage life destruction cultivation, he began to step into the Divine Sea. To this end, Ye Kun had also taken this to heart, constantly brooding over this. He had great ambitions, but if he wasn't able to step into the 7th stage of life destruction, then he simply had no hope of ever becoming the highest under the heavens. That's right. Ye Qingfeng nodded. Ye Kun narrowed his eyes. This Lan Lanjian was the future highest under the heavens. Just what secrets could be on his body? The Temple of Marvels is just in the dense fog ahead. The entrance is protected by a barrier of energy, and this energy barrier is weakest in the early morning and late evening. In just another incense stick of time, we will be able to enter. The one who spoke was the sublime smelting Imperial Grand Uncle. With his words, the group began to slowly make their way forwards. Lin Ming passed through the fog and watched as the legendary Temple of Marvels appeared in front of him. The temple floated high above the clouds. From afar it emitted a dazzling golden light. It seemed to be carved from jade, and the top of the temple pierced straight into the 9 heavens' thunder dominion. Countless arcs of thunder surrounded the dome of the temple. There was no signboard on the Temple of Marvels, only countless silver runes that covered the outside. There were no doors leading to the Great Hall. Right in front of them was a row of massive columns that rose thousands of feet into the air, and in between these columns was a number of pitch-black entrances. There was a strange force field that twisted these entrances, separating them from the outside world. This sort of force field was not created by human hands. Rather, it appeared because of some mystical energy from within the Temple of Marvels. This energy was far too powerful, so it naturally distorted the space around it, forming a closed force field. It was the same as the Eternal Demon Abyss 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone and the 8,000 Black Swamp. And although the force field around the Temple of Marvels was smaller, it was far more formidable. I'll go first. Young Laroshan let out a long laugh and then drove his divine carriage to an entrance between 2 columns. As he approached the force field, he extracted a shining gold divine mace from his spatial ring and slammed it against the closed-off force field, directly shattering it. The Divine Sea powerhouses of the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom brought their heroic young elites in with them. In addition to the other Holy Land influences subordinate to them, over 50 people made their way in. Soon after they entered, the sublime smelting Divine Kingdom followed close behind. Uyehua broke through the force field and brought in a group of over 40 people. The Azura Divine Kingdom and the 7-star Divine Kingdom went next, followed by the scattered martial artists. Old Man Good Fortune didn't seem to be in a hurry. He said to Lin Ming, at the entrance to the Temple of Marvels, every gap between 2 pillars leads to a different place. Let's choose a separate route so we don't end up together with them. Old Man Good Fortune casually chose an entryway, then with a single pat of his palm the force field shattered, and he and Lin Ming calmly entered the Temple of Marvels. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Great black waves tumbled as they beat against rocks. Lin Ming stood on a desolate island beach. A black sea spread out without end, appearing like the fabled Sea of Miracles. And above this island there were giant trees that resembled umbrellas. These great trees were hundreds of feet high and not even a dozen people holding hands could wrap around the trunk. The little bits of light that made it through the canopy of these trees resembled stars. This world had no sun, but the little bit of star-like light coming from those trees illuminated the world. This shouldn't be an island in the Sea of Miracles, right? Lin Ming was stunned. Even though he truly wished to discover the secrets of the Sea of Miracles, he was extremely frightened by this sea. He did not even have the slightest hope that he would be able to make it out. After all, his strength was far from comparable to the past highest under the heavens. No need to be anxious. This is only a world within the Temple of Marvels, a world of sand. Those ancient supreme elders with an extremely high cultivation were able to create independent spaces, so opening numerous worlds within this temple isn't strange at all. This is also the fifth level of the concept of space, spatial genesis. The fifth level? Lin Ming was startled. He already knew that every law was divided into several different levels. For instance, the fire laws were divided into 9 different boundaries. The first 2 boundaries were the concept of burning heat and the concept of annihilation, both of them corresponding to the first 2 worlds of the God-transforming mirror. And behind these 2 worlds were more worlds, each corresponding to a different kind of concept. The deeper one delved, the more profound and difficult it became to understand these laws. Lin Ming was stranded at the 2nd level of the fire laws. He hadn't even been able to touch upon the entryway to the 3rd level. Even so, Lin Ming's achievements in the fire attribute concepts were already considered extraordinary. And listening to Old Man Good Fortune's words, it seemed that the ancient Supreme Elder who had created this Temple of Marvels had reached at least the concept of space's 5th level. This was far too amazing. How many boundaries are there in the space laws? And what are they? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. Old Man Good Fortune didn't hide anything. He directly said, the space laws have a total of 10 different boundaries. They are space distortion, heavens divide, dimensional slash, space disruption, spatial genesis, space storm, black hole vortex, 10th space dimension, world destruction, and world creation. Old Man Good Fortune spoke out the names of these 10 boundaries but didn't give a detailed explanation of them. Still, Lin Ming was shocked just hearing these names. He found it hard to imagine just what it was like the further back one went. Old Man Good Fortune sighed, the road of martial arts is endless and infinite. Of these 10 different levels of concepts, the first 5 are relatively simple. But, the latter half is nearly impossible to speculate. The so-called space storm is in truth controlling the power of space. With just a thought, you would be able to move space freely. As for black hole vortex, that is the ability to compress space to a single point, collapsing all of existence into nothingness, forever unable to leave. As for the 10th space dimension, even I haven't been able to figure out just what that is. Then there is world destruction and world creation. Those refer to the destruction and creation of a true realm. It's impossible to imagine just what sort of mighty force that would be. The planet that the Sky Spill continent resided on was part of a true boundless realm. But, it was only one of the 3,000 boundless worlds. It was impossible to calculate just how many worlds there were. The divine realm measured the lower realms by 1,000 times 1,000 times 1,000, meaning that there were a billion worlds, thus naming it a true boundless realm. Every one of these boundless realms also had countless dimensional realms and minor dimensions located within them. It was incomparably complex. To destroy and create such a terrifyingly massive world system, that was unimaginable. What boundary has Senior Good Fortune reached? Lin Ming asked. Old Man Good Fortune shook his head. I've only been able to comprehend the 3rd boundary, dimensional slash. It's impossible for me to think of reaching any further in my life. As Lin Ming heard dimensional slash, He suddenly thought of that sword strike Old Man Good Fortune had used to defeat Sichu Haotian. That had been the dimensional slash. To use a space fragment as a weapon and cut through all. Even though Sichu Haotian had transformed his body into that of a giant demon, he still wasn't able to defend against it. They were simply on two completely disparate levels. To comprehend the third level concept, dimensional slash, was also impressively breathtaking. Little friend Lin, the road in front of us isn't too hard. How about you help an old man lead the way? Lin Ming could hear the implicit meaning within his words. Old Man Good Fortune wanted him to gain more experience. He pondered for a moment, hesitating, and then couldn't help but ask, Senior Good Fortune, this junior has a question that he isn't sure whether it is proper to ask. There's no danger in asking. This junior would like to ask, why does Senior Good Fortune help this junior so much? Chapter 878. The Link Between the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Abyss. Chapter 878. The Link Between the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Abyss. After hearing Lin Ming ask such a question, Old Man Good Fortune congenially laughed and traced his white beard. Little friend Lin, the truth is that old me comes from the divine realm. I am the warden for the Sky Spill Continent's world, and am responsible for watching over the martial artists on both of the continents on this planet. Because this planet has been blocked off by some mysterious power, martial artists from the divine realm that are above the divine sea realm cannot descend here. At least, it is impossible for them to arrive with their true forms, they can only send a projection. And for the divine sea martial artists of this world, wanting to use their martial path to pierce the void is nearly impossible. They will need to leave through a special space channel, thus I am the one to recommend them. Lin Ming was shocked by Old Man Good Fortune's few words. He couldn't believe that Old Man Good Fortune had such a status. He came from the divine realm and was also the warden of this planet. And listening to his words, he obviously knew of the existence of the Holy Demon Continent. This world had a total of 2 continents, the Sky Spill Continent and the Holy Demon Continent. However, the more Lin Ming thought over this, the more reasonable it was. Old Man Good Fortune seemed as if he had come out from nowhere, and had an extremely mystical history within the Sky Spill Continent. Even the 9 Furnace Highest Divine Emperor and the others didn't know his true name or status, only the moniker that he went by. Moreover, Old Man Good Fortune had extremely high achievements in the concept of space and the concept of time. This also explained why he was able to have these in the Sky Spill Continent, where there were basically no inheritances of space and time concepts. If Old Man Good Fortune came from the divine realm and was simultaneously responsible for being the warden and also instructing and receiving certain individuals to ascend, then he wouldn't necessarily worry or care about Lin Ming threatening his current status once he became highest under the heavens. On the contrary, he might even help train him. If Old Man Good Fortune could help deliver a top talent to the divine realm, then the influence backing him might grant him certain resources. Thinking about it, when Emperor Sokya ascended into the divine realm 3,000 years ago, that was also the time when Old Man Good Fortune and the 9 Furnace Highest Divine Emperor had once fought, resulting in a tie. Afterwards, Old Man Good Fortune had become increasingly old. His strength should have declined since then, but he instead managed to make a breakthrough, improving his abilities once again. There was a chance that this was because Emperor Sokya was simply far too talented an individual and thus the divine realm influence had given him very rich rewards in return, allowing him to make another breakthrough in his old age and also likely being the reason for extending his life. In that flash, Lin Ming immediately understood everything that had happened. No wonder Old Man Good Fortune said he couldn't teach him or be his master. It was likely that Old Man Good Fortune had come to a deep understanding of him and even knew of his dual body and essence cultivation. So you're saying that Emperor Sokya, the Demon Emperor, and others didn't rely on their own strength to break through the void with their martial path and ascend, but rather had other similar wardens that delivered them upwards? That's right. Old Man Good Fortune wryly laughed and said with a bit of helplessness, Old me is simply too stupid and untalented. I was stranded at the Middle Divine Sea realm for 500 years and had no hopes for further breakthroughs. In the divine realm, The competition between martial artists is too intense, and I was tired of being far weaker than everyone else. Thus I took the initiative to apply for the lower realms, where I would be able to live freely and grandly. Lin Ming felt this was a bit ironic. He was someone from the divine realm that wanted to descend, but the people from the lower realms wished to ascend. Those old fellows of the Sky-Spill continent all desperately desired to soar into the divine realm, but their talent was no more than that of Old Man Good Fortune. Old Man Good Fortune had likely broken through the middle divine sea realm before 500 years of age. The only martial artists of the Sky-Spill continent that could accomplish something similar were top-level characters like Situ Haotian. Old fellows like the Nine-Furnace Highest Divine Emperor all wished to enter the divine realm, thinking that massive lucky chances were just waiting for them everywhere. But now it seemed that if they really went, they would probably get beaten up badly wherever they went, or perhaps just directly die. Only such magnificent and glorious individuals like the Demon Emperor and Emperor Sokia were able to go to the divine realm to seek greater lucky chances in hopes that they would be able to surpass the divine sea realm. Senior said just now that the Sky-Spill continent's world is blocked by some mysterious strength. Yes. This strength comes from the Sea of Miracles. Every martial artist above the divine sea is unable to step into the Sky-Spill continent. Old Man Good Fortune shook his head. If it weren't for this reason, then him having applied to be the warden of this planet with his middle divine sea cultivation would have been far too embarrassing. Then what about the eternal demon abyss? Lin Ming suddenly asked. Old Man Good Fortune was slightly startled. You know about the Holy Demon Continent and the Eternal Demon Abyss? Millimeter, this junior accidentally stumbled upon an opportunity and obtained the inheritance of Senior Demon Emperor. I managed to reach the Holy Demon Continent through the transmission array at the Demon God Imperial Palace, and also experienced the Eternal Demon Abyss during my time there. This junior would like to know, just how are the Eternal Demon Abyss and the Sea of Miracles related? Lin Ming didn't conceal anything, nor did he need to. He could now see that Old Man Good Fortune was someone that didn't have great ambitions, otherwise he wouldn't have come down to become the warden of this world. Moreover, there was little within the Demon God Imperial Palace that he would like. Eternal Demon Abyss. Sea of Miracles. Old Man Good Fortune revealed a trace of reverence and awe as he heard these two names. I don't know the specifics as to what happened at those two places, but I do have some speculations. Millimeter. Senior, please speak them. Little friend Lin, I'm not sure whether you know this, but the Sky-Spill continent and the Holy Demon continent are in fact located on a celestial body, and the shape of this celestial body is that of a sphere, similar to the sun in the skies. Sphere. Lin Ming was stunned. Although he obtained some knowledge about celestial bodies from the Divine Realm Supreme Elder's memories, it was a bit strange and magical to suddenly realize that the earth underneath his feet was in the shape of a sphere. The Eternal Demon Abyss and the Sea of Miracles are directly underneath each other. Does this form any associations in your mind? Lin Ming's mind began to race. Old Man Good Fortune's meaning was that the Eternal Demon Abyss and the Sea of Miracles were on exact opposites of this spherical planet, each of them both above and below the other. This sort of wondrous positioning caused Lin Ming to feel as if he could faintly understand something, but he couldn't yet put it into words. Old Man Good Fortune took a deep breath and then, with a hint of fear glinting in his eyes, he slowly said, if I'm not wrong, the Eternal Demon Abyss and the Sea of Miracles pass directly through each other, connecting through an unfathomable abyss that runs between them. And, the reason for this abyss being formed is likely because a Divine Realm Supreme Elder pierced through this planet, thus leaving this path. The Sea of Miracles is much larger than the Eternal Demon Abyss, so my guess is that the Sea of Miracles is the point of initial impact. As for the Eternal Demon Abyss, that should be the exit point of that attack that was left over after it pierced directly through this planet. What? As Lin Ming heard Old Man Good Fortune's words, his eyes went perfectly round, his mind boggled. Just how great was the planet that the Sky-Spill continent was on? It was unimaginable. He feared that it was over 100 million miles wide in diameter. To pierce through such a massive planet, just what kind of strength was needed for this? This was incomprehensible. Was this done by a legendary Empyrean from the Divine Realm? Old Man Good Fortune said, The divine realm is far too vast, with countless worlds. Those supreme elders of the divine realm can simply wave their hands to destroy the heavens, collapse moons, and sink stars. To them, piercing through a planet with a single strike isn't much at all. Chapter 879, Top-Grade Spirit Vein. Chapter 879, Top-Grade Spirit Vein. Lin Ming continued with Old Man Good Fortune all the way forwards. He grasped his red spear as he led the way. As they walked down, the forest that was filled with countless massive umbrella-shaped plants began to become bleak and desolate. The ground started to turn bumpy, covered with holes that revealed bare stones that shined with a blue and black light. Looking up at the sky, crushed stones filled the air, shining and glittering like jewels, as if they were a chain of gems. At this time, a figure unexpectedly appeared in front of them. As Lin Ming locked his eyes on this newcomer, his heart immediately turned cold. This figure was an old woman. Her appearance was ancient and her body was bent with rickets. It had actually turned out to be Sichu Yaoshi. What is going on here? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't fear Sichu Yaoshi at all. Let alone the fact that Old Man Good Fortune stood behind him, but even if he were alone he would feel no fear at all. Only Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune had entered this space, so it should have been only the two of them here. How did Sichu Yaoshi make her way here? Had she managed to enter this world through some other entrance? Even if that were true, then what about the other Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists that were with her? As he looked back at Old Man Good Fortune, he was surprised to see him in thought. Old Man Good Fortune only smiled back at Lin Ming, obviously with the intention of letting him handle this situation. At this time, Sichu Yaoshi's hair was a mess and there were wounds marked all over her body, as if she had just emerged from a catastrophic battle. After she saw Lin Ming, she began to stumble her way towards him, saying, "Don't attack me, there is a horrifying monster in front of us that has swallowed up so many people." Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. He simply didn't care about her words. At this moment, he suddenly felt something strange about Sichu Yaoshi's body. Once he connected that to the strangeness of seeing her here, his heart suddenly chilled. Something was wrong with this situation. Sichu Yaoshi's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. She leapt forwards like a giant caterpillar, stretching out a pair of demon claws as she grasped at Lin Ming's throat. "Who are you?" Lin Ming loudly shouted out as he drew backwards. The red spear in his hands swept out, cutting the Sichu Yaoshi in front of him in half. With a miserable scream, a purple monster shaped like a fox flew outwards. This creature's body seemed illusory and unreal. Even though Lin Ming's spear had solidly cut into its body, it actually didn't cause much damage. What is this thing? This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen such a monster that was able to use his own memories to create an illusion. After coming to this strange world, and knowing that Sichu Yaoshi had also come, it would be very easy to be confused by this scene. If Lin Ming didn't have a silver battle spirit and a formidable will and soul, he would have fallen for this monster's tricks. The purple fox issued out grating screams at Lin Ming, the sharp sounds directly piercing into his eardrums. Even with Lin Ming's strength, this sort of sonic attack still caused his blood to surge, making him feel as if he were about to vomit. At this time, the purple fox took this chance to leap forwards, directly impacting towards Lin Ming. Bang! The surroundings changed. Lin Ming suddenly found himself in a vast and endless purple world. Above him, the phantom of a massive fox overlooked him, its jaws open as if it wanted to swallow him. World of Will. This fox monster actually knew how to use will attacks. Lin Ming couldn't help but be startled. A battle spirit was an elusive and difficult concept to grasp. Even humans could normally only comprehend a battle spirit at the Divine Sea realm. But for monsters and beasts, this was far more difficult. For instance, Demon Shine would have a nearly zero chance of comprehending his own battle spirit. Lin Ming didn't know how this fox comprehended a battle spirit, nor did he care. In a battle in the world of will, he didn't even fear a late Divine Sea powerhouse. Ca. The silver battle spirit shot out like a bolt of snow-white silk, turning into a silver sword that reached across the entire world of will, slicing through the boundless skies. How can you have such a powerful will? The purple fox spat out in utter panic and fear. In the next moment, the giant phantom fox's head had been sliced off by Lin Ming's sword of will, a massive amount of blood raining down onto the world. Peng! The purple fox head burst apart, turning into blue smoke that quickly vanished. Lin Ming looked at the blue smoke that filled the air and discovered that this purple fox was an existence that was both material and incorporeal. He simply didn't know what it was. This was his first time encountering such a strange existence. It is a dream-eater fiend. Old Man Good Fortune slowly said, "This is a legendary creature that takes the dreams and souls of others as its food. It can hypnotize human martial artists and specializes in having them dream so that it can swallow them. It can have a person sleep forever, never awakening again. Or perhaps it might just kill them in their dreams. If someone were to be killed by this dream-eater fiend in their dreams, then they really would die in reality. This sort of vicious beast is extremely powerful in will and soul, thus it was able to form its own battle spirit. At the start, I was nearly tricked by it." Dream-eater fiend, Lin Ming repeated this creature's name. Back when he had made his way up the Sorcerer Pagoda, he had encountered a creature named Yang Mo who survived in a spatial slit and lived off of the dreams of others. This sort of creature was naturally familiar with illusions and ghosts, and it was nearly impossible for a human to guard against. Especially for those people that had heart demons lurking within them, it was extremely easy for their mental state to fall to this sort of attack. The boundless universe contained all possibilities and all sorts of strange vicious beasts. There were countless methods to kill others. If one wasn't careful, then anyone could easily die. Let's continue forwards. These types of dimensional realms are usually interlinked with each other at certain areas. After some time, it is likely that we'll run into other martial artists. Millimeter. Lin nodded and continued forwards. After just an incense stick of time, a finger-thick red line suddenly shot out at Lin Ming's neck. This red line was as quick as a bolt of lightning, forming a red phantom 1,000 feet behind it, leaving one unable to respond in time. Concept of time. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as the flow of time suddenly slowed down around him. His red spear thrust out like a snake, piercing the front of this red line. Peng! A fog of blood burst into the air. Lightning spread along the red line, swallowing it up all the way down. Kill! His spear point swept out, forming a crescent moon. An arc of spear light recklessly shot out, splitting that 1,000-foot red line down the middle. What is this thing? Lin Ming looked at this strange lifeform on the ground and felt a creepy tingle on his scalp. This finger-thick, 1,000-foot-long roundworm didn't have eyes or ears. It only had a single circular opening at the front that had rows of sharp teeth. These teeth were like barbs and glowed with a ghostly green light. They were obviously poisonous. This should be a vampiric roundworm. It is a type of parasite found in the divine realm. In the divine realm, there are countless desolate ancient beasts with the bloodline of god beasts. These creatures can have bodies 1,000 feet long, with blood vessels as thick as massive trees and thousands of feet long, or even tens of thousands of feet long. This vampiric roundworm parasite specially latches onto the blood vessels of these ancient desolate beasts and sucks their blood with their only mouth. Because they grow in a lightless environment, they have no eyes or ears, and only depend on their sense of smell to feel out the strength of blood vitality. Because your blood vitality is so potent, that is the reason that this creature attacked you. Although its defenses are weak, its speed is extremely quick. It can easily pierce through the heart of someone without them noticing. So it was a parasite. Lin Ming gulped, speechless. This was a 1,000-foot-long parasite. Your concept of stagnation was decent, able to change the flow of time. But in the end you were relying on the entire energy field, and there was no difference in density in your energy field. It was the same all around, resulting in a weakened effect. If you could concentrate this concept into an area and directly launch it towards that vampiric roundworm, then you could have its speed drop 10 times more. Unless it had the strength to break apart your energy field, you would then be able to freely slaughter it. Although Old Man Good Fortune's martial talent was average and he only held the most minuscule role in the divine realm, he had still lived for 7,000 to 8,000 years. With his cultivation, vision, and experience that was even richer than Demonshine's, even casually giving Lin Ming some pointers was of great benefit to him. No wonder they say that inheritances are the foundation for a sect's existence. With inheritances, walking down one's martial path will become that much easier. Otherwise, without knowing the way to go, even constantly being in seclusion would make it difficult to take even the tiniest steps. With a teacher like Old Man Good Fortune, who was familiar with the laws of space and time, Lin Ming intended to incorporate some space and time laws into his attacks. Old Man Good Fortune could point out some flaws in his abilities, and then Lin Ming would be able to make adjustments accordingly and gain benefits from that. Following this, the more fights he crossed, the easier it became. Evil spirits, demonic wraiths, vicious beasts, all sorts of strange and fantastical enemies fell before Lin Ming's spear. Lin Ming fought like this the entire time, tempering himself in true battle. Like this, they continued for 7 days and 7 nights. Because of Lin Ming's strong regenerative abilities, he only needed to rest once. During this time, Lin Ming encountered many tricky enemies and was also injured several times. Even so, he had never needed Old Man Good Fortune to help him. With Old Man Good Fortune's guidance, Lin Ming gained an increasingly profound understanding into the concepts of space and time. He was able to integrate the understandings he had gained from the jade slips into his spear attacks, becoming more and more skilled at doing so. Like this, on the 10th day, Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune passed through a thin space barrier, coming into another space altogether. The heaven and earth origin energy here was extremely rich, and high mountain peaks shot into the skies, extending all the way up. The blue skies were awash with clouds as if they were a painting. The ground was an endless grassland, and there were all sorts of mystical trees and rare flowers growing here. This was not spirit grass that was purposefully planted here, but wild medicinal plants that had naturally bred here because of the amazingly thick heaven and earth origin energy. What great rich heaven and earth origin energy! There should be a top-grade spirit vein here. There might even be several top-grade spirit essence stones that have formed here. A top-grade spirit essence stone was the very source of a spirit essence stone mine. These types of spirit essence stones had nearly vanished from the world. It was already considered very fortunate for a single top-grade spirit essence stone to be extracted from an entire spirit essence stone mine. Moreover, most of them had already been used up. These top-grade spirit essence stones would only appear if new mines were discovered. This was a treasure that would cause even a Divine Sea Supreme Elder to go mad with envy for, brutally struggling with others for it. It was enormously helpful for a martial artist to make breakthroughs in bottlenecks. Even a dignified Divine Sea powerhouse like Shabai had only collected a small piece of top-grade spirit essence stones 1/6 the size of a normal-sized piece. Shabai had given this piece to Lin Ming to help him cross life destruction. At that time, the tiny scrap of top-grade spirit essence stone had been very helpful to Lin Ming. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that an entire high-quality top-grade spirit essence stone wouldn't be much worse than a heaven-step demon god bone. Top-grade spirit essence stone, Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Now that his spirit body had been 100% tempered, he was countless times stronger than other life-destruction martial artists at his cultivation level. His foundation was incomparably solid. As long as he had enough of these top-grade spirit essence stones, then he would be able to make great strides in his cultivation and be able to rapidly break through boundaries. Chapter 880, Master of the Bronze Ghost Coffin. Chapter 880, Master of the Bronze Ghost Coffin. Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune continued to walk towards the core of the dimensional realm where the spirit vein source was. On their way, they passed all sorts of divine and magical spirit flowers and trees. Flowing rivers and streams crossed the grasslands like elegant roads of blue jade. These rivers were filled with all sorts of beautiful and exquisite fish. After staying at such a mystic land, these fish had already gained consciousness with the most simple form of intelligence. Silent nether flowers, ghostly foggrass, spotted skygrass. Lin Ming called out the names of several different types of spiritual plants. As an alchemist, he had an extremely high understanding towards various spirit plant materials. These sorts of spirit plants were bred within this spiritual treasure land. The younger ones were several hundred years old and the older ones were thousands of years old. And this was only because the lifespans of these spirit plants were limited by their grade. Otherwise, with as long as this Temple of Marvels had existed, there might even have been medicinal plants that were over 100,000 years old. These many medicinal plants weren't too precious, but as an alchemist, whether it was for alchemy practice or truly concocting medicines, there would always be a place for medicinal plants of all ranks. The cosmic melting furnace was simply a bottomless pit. No matter how many medicinal herbs Lin Ming threw in, he could refine that many. Lin Ming started to unceremoniously pick up everything around him. As long as they were mature herbs, he would take them all. This is. Lin Ming saw a crimson tree in front of him, his eyes revealing surprise and disbelief. This tree was only 20 feet tall and the roots twisted above ground. From afar, it looked like horned dragons that had locked together in combat. On the crown of this tree there were 7 or 8 fist-sized fruits. And, what was amazing was that each fruit beat like a heart, seeming as if they could quicken and suck away one's blood vitality. They were incomparably mysterious fruits. On top of this 20-foot-tall spirit tree, there were fruits that were like heart. Dragon heart tree. Looking at it, it must be over 50,000 years old. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, his eyes flashing. Normally speaking, a spirit tree had a much longer lifespan than spirit grasses. A spirit grass was already considered quite excellent if it grew to 1,000 years old, but to a spirit tree, 1,000 years wasn't anything at all. In the mortal world, there were trees that lived for 1,000 years and some trees that had lived for 2,000 years. That was how things were. But even so, a 50,000-year-old spirit tree was nearly extinct within the Sky Spill continent. In particular, this dragonheart tree was especially beneficial to Lin Ming. The fruits of the dragonheart tree were magnificent medicines for body transformation. They were able to greatly supplement one's blood vitality. When Lin Ming finally began refining the medicine to open up the 5th of the 8 inner hidden gates, he could use these dragonheart fruits as the leading materia. What a great tree! Unfortunately, I have no way to move it, so I can only take away a few of the dragonheart fruits. Lin Ming said with a tinge of regret. The little dimension within his spatial ring could not contain living creatures. No matter how good a spirit tree was, it would slowly lose its vitality after being placed into a spatial ring. Although the roots of the dragonheart tree were also great materials, Lin Ming didn't want to do something so cruel and wasteful as ruining the pond just to get a few more fish. It was not easy for a heavenly treasure like this to form. It needed all sorts of lucky chances and a special environment before it would be bred. If he could move it away, then that would be fine, but if he couldn't and actually destroyed the roots instead, that he would surely suffer some sort of karmic retribution. This dragonheart tree was nearly extinct in the Sky Spill continent. To pick the medicine and not destroy the roots was the unspoken rule of all alchemists. Doing so was also a good deed for himself. At this time, Old Man Good Fortune suddenly spoke up and said, "Little friend Lin, Old Me has several profound spirit pots. I can lend you one." A profound spirit pot can temporarily hold a spirit plant and can also maintain its spiritual nature. As Old Man Good Fortune spoke, he fished out a palm-sized pot from his spatial ring. Although he called it a pot, it looked more like a rice bowl. Old Man Good Fortune extended his hand. The pot spun in the air, rapidly growing larger. Lin Ming was overjoyed as he saw this. Although this sort of pot had limited space, it was actually extremely valuable. Normally, an alchemist from the divine realm would have several of these on them, but in the Sky Spill continent, these sorts of profound spirit pots were far too rare. Just as Lin Ming was about to take the profound spirit pot, his heart moved. He asked, "Senior Good Fortune, wouldn't you like to use it?" Old Man Good Fortune said, "I might be able to, but even if I needed to, I wouldn't need this much. As for these dragonheart fruits and other spiritual plants, they are already useless for me. They are better to be used for youngsters like you to break into higher boundaries. As for me, my problem comes from my own fires of life. With my fires of life diminishing, medicines that can help me with breakthroughs are useless. They won't be useful for me. The only type of medicine I want is one kind, and that is the type that can extend my life. Moreover, the quality must be higher than that of a 10,000-year peach pith. A life-extending medicine was the most precious kind, as well as the most difficult to find. To cultivate the martial path was to struggle daily against the heavens. Only by doing that could one extend their life. But, to use medicines to defy the will of the heavens and seize a longer lifespan, that was far more difficult. Over the endless years, there had been countless heroes that were eventually unable to contend with the overflowing river of time. Moreover, the higher level a martial artist was, the higher grade of medicine they would need to extend their life. To someone like Old Man Good Fortune, even a 10,000-year peach pith was no longer effective. After Old Man Good Fortune had brought Emperor Sokya upwards, he had actually obtained a life-extending medicine, but after that there was nothing else. With such harsh requirements, he would already be thankful to the heavens and earth if he could find just a little tiny bit of medicinal plant that could extend his life. He simply didn't need so many profound spirit pots. Lin Ming wasn't too humble. He took the profound spirit pot and put away the dragonheart tree, as well as taking away the spirit earth around it. He covered the roots of the dragonheart tree to preserve its vitality. At this point, Old Man Good Fortune's mind suddenly chilled as his breath caught in his chest. Millimeter. Lin Ming also went on high alert. As he saw Old Man Good Fortune's sudden response, he maintained absolute vigilance, looking all around himself. However, the vast grasslands were still as they were before. The wind blew through the swaying stalks and the spirit plants were still in full bloom without anything out of the normal. After shutting his eyes for a moment, Old Man Good Fortune opened his eyes and shook his head. Maybe I was being too cautious just now, but I had a feeling that someone was peeping at us. It was only a feeling, I might have made a mistake. Still, we should be careful. In this abundant land there might not necessarily be no enemies. Millimeter. Lin Ming nodded. Old Man Good Fortune's boundary was amazing. Even a small, baseless idea might indicate extreme danger. Lin Ming increased his vigilance, making sure that nothing was out of place around him. At this time, what Lin Ming didn't know was that outside of the dimension he was in, within an underground chamber, there was a handsome and pretty demon youth sitting atop a bronze ghost coffin. He had a bamboo flute in his hands and a sly smile was blooming at the corners of his lips. This old man is really vigilant, hehe. The demon youth played with the flute in his hands as he danced on the bronze ghost coffin. If Lin Ming were here, then he would have recognized that this bronze ghost coffin was the exact same one he had seen at the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. This bronze ghost coffin exuded a timeless, simple atmosphere with the breath of the great Tao. This ghost coffin was 30 feet long and yet its master was actually such a handsome and charming youth. His height was the exact same as a normal human's, and his eyes were a deep purple, as if they contained the endless starry night within them. He had sharp ears similar to the Fey race. His fingers were slender, his nails sharp, and his skin looked like it was carved from white jade. In fact, this made him seem a bit fragile. At the side of this demon youth were 6 black-clothed underworld beings, each of them fierce and dangerous-looking. They were the 6 evil spirits that had pulled the coffin. Each one of them had strength equal to a quasi-emperor from the giant demon race. In front of these 6 black-clothed underworld beings, there was a white-clothed person standing there with a mask covering his face. His voice was deep and low as he said, "With honored sir's strength, solving this Old Man Good Fortune shouldn't be too difficult. Humph. A mere late divine sea martial artist, and his life is also reaching its end. He is nothing but garbage. All he is good for is lording his minimal power over the Sky Spill continent. If I was in my peak state then I wouldn't even need half a finger to crush him to pieces. But now, since I had to use a special technique to overcome the force field in the Sea of Miracles, I must expend some effort." However, as the curious demon youth spoke to hear, his eyes turned to the young man standing near Old Man Good Fortune. This youth was Lin Ming. The demon youth cackled, licking his lips as he said, "This young seedling you chose is quite good. I never imagined that the Sky Spill continent would have such a great seedling. 23 to 24-year skeletal age, second stage life destruction cultivation, and he also cultivates in dual body and essence. Besides all this, he even has curious bloodlines on him. This is truly unbelievable. This boy must have some secret on him, otherwise it is impossible to grow to this degree in the Sky-Spill continent with its meager resources and trash-level inheritances. Not to mention everything else, but just his body transformation technique does not exist on the Sky-Spill continent. The masked man was silent. The strange demon youth raised his bamboo flute and then jumped down from the bronze ghost coffin. I will deal with that old man. Everything else will be up to you. Good. It's here. This is the spirit vein source. Old man Good Fortune and Lin Ming both had some experience in seeking spirit veins. They soon found the core of the dimensional realm, which was also where the spirit vein source was. Open. Old man Good Fortune casually waved his hand and all of the surrounded soil divided apart, separated in half by some invisible force and revealing a deep channel that glittered all around. This flowing channel soon led into a cave. This was a skill application of the power of space. One could substantialize space to open up a path. Although Lin Ming's current understanding into the concept of space was excellent and he could fuse the power of space into his attacks, it was still difficult for him to accomplish such an ingenious method like smoothly carving out a cave by just using the tyrannical and dominating power of space. As they entered the cave, they walked around 100 steps before a light appeared before them. In front of Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune, a jade-green world suddenly appeared. The heaven and earth origin energy here was so thick that it condensed into droplets. This small space was filled with a layer of green mist. Just by casually taking a breath here, one could feel their soul and body be refreshed, saving them several days of hard training. In this green fog, clusters of spirit essence stones freely grew like giant crystal formations, making it seem like a dream. This was a phenomenon that would only appear in a top-grade spirit essence stone mine. In a normal spirit essence stone mine, the spirit essence stones would mix together with the impurities of the earth and would need to be refined several times in order to create an end product. It wouldn't be like now where it was naturally pure. And in the center of this cave, there was a milky white stalactite pillar jutting down from the roof. This pillar seemed as if it were made from translucent crystal and the interior glowed with a dim green light, as if there were some demon sealed with. This is the source of the top-grade spirit essence stones, the core of the mine. Lin Ming took a deep breath. In this stalactite pillar, he could see that sealed within were top-grade spirit essence stones. Such a massive mine source would be able to produce 20 to 30 top-grade spirit essence stones. This was an amount that the mines of the Sky-Spill continent could never compete with. While Lin Ming was staring at the top-grade spirit essence stones, Old Man Good Fortune's eyes were actually locked onto the stalactite pillar. The crystal-clear stalactite seemed to be made from quartz. After a long time, a single drop slowly condensed onto the tip of that stalactite, gathering and gathering until it gained enough mass to drop down with a light dripping sound. This added onto a milky white pond at the bottom, forming ripples. This pool was similar to the stalactite, faint and otherworldly. It looked as if it were made of milk. 10,000-year stone milk. Old Man Good Fortune's voice was filled with excitement. He was a man with some aspirations after all. Finally his hard work had paid off. After searching the continent for so many years, he had finally found a type of medicine that could extend his life. Rather, it was more accurate to say that this pond of stone milk was 100,000-year stone milk. This sort of liquid could help revitalize a martial artist's fires of life. As long as a martial artist's cultivation was at the divine sea or below, this sort of material could extend their life by nearly 12 60-year cycles. And now, this 10,000-year stone milk in front of him had accumulated for over 100,000 years. If he could refine it, then it would be enough for Old Man Good Fortune to extend his life by the longest span possible. That would be 720 years of extra life. To Old Man Good Fortune, this was the most precious type of treasure. How could he not be moved by it? He took out an exquisite treasure box from his spatial ring and opened the lid. All of the stone milk gathered into a stream that was completely received into the small treasure box. Lucky, I'm far too lucky. Old Man Good Fortune's face was flushed red with blood in his excitement. This stone milk was even slightly better than the treasures he was rewarded with for bringing Emperor Sokia into the divine realm. As Lin Ming saw Old Man Good Fortune so ecstatic, he couldn't help but sigh in his mind. To a martial artist, age truly was fearful. One would slowly lose all their strength that they worked so hard for, lose their youthful appearance, and eventually even lose their life. Finally, they could only come to a conclusion that they would never be able to fully explore their road of martial arts. To them, this was truly a painful and heart-wrenching matter. Even someone like Old Man Good Fortune, who didn't have many ambitions, would find it difficult to face old age and death with a calm manner. As Old Man Good Fortune took that stone milk, Lin Ming also mined the spirit vein source that shined with a deep green divine light. It was the size of a head. Such a large chunk of top-grade spirit essence stone was simply unheard of. In terms of just the essence gathering system, even though Lin Ming's process of crossing life destruction consumed far more energy than a normal martial artist's, it might still be enough for him to reach the divine sea. Lin Ming was not greedy. He poured his silver battle spirit into a treasure dagger and sheared off 4/5 of the top-grade spirit essence stone, leaving the other fifth. This leftover piece could serve as the core mind source, and after hundreds of thousands of years, it would condense and accumulate heaven and earth origin energy, eventually returning to its original size. Otherwise, if he were to just take away everything at once, then this mine would immediately lower by a grade, causing all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy to be sparse and all the spirit plants to wilt and die. This was not a result that Lin Ming wished to see. Old Man Good Fortune wasn't interested in the 20+ top-grade spirit essence stones. His cultivation was at the late divine sea realm. Another step forwards would be stepping up another great boundary. Compared to entering the divine sea from life destruction, this process was much, much more difficult. Even if Old Man Good Fortune didn't come to the lower realms and stayed in the divine realm and diligently trained, it would still have been basically impossible for him to further enhance his cultivation. Increasing his lifespan by several hundred years was already excellent. To make a breakthrough in his cultivation, reach the next great boundary and extend his lifespan by tens of thousands of years, that was something that could only happen in Old Man Good Fortune's dreams. Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune could have been said to both be satisfied with their harvests. They decided to further explore this tunnel to see if there were other heavenly materials present, but at this moment, the world suddenly trembled around them, and an icy cold divine sense poured onto them like a pot of freezing water. Lin Ming instantly felt as if he had fallen into the nine nether abyss. Who is it? Chapter 881, Furious Battle. Chapter 881, Furious Battle. Just from looking at this other party's aura, they were absolutely a terrifying opponent. If Lin Ming hadn't been discovered, then he would have chosen to hide away, but now that this other party's divine sense had locked onto him, there was simply no place to run away to. As he looked at Old Man Good Fortune, Lin Ming could see that his eyebrows were tightly wrinkled together. It was apparent that he didn't have much assurance against this opponent. It shouldn't be someone from the Sky Spill continent. There are no powerhouses of this level within the Sky Spill continent. Old Man Good Fortune said with a solemn expression. Although he came from the divine realm and could be called the warden of this world, the truth was that he really didn't have much to do with the divine realm anymore. The reason he came to this Temple of Marvels was to seek his own lucky chances. Against this mysterious existence within the Temple of Marvels, his divine realm background could not be used, and even if it could, it wouldn't have worked anyway. Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune left the underground mine tunnel together. As they emerged, they saw that the originally dreamy, picturesque blue sky was now awash with billowing dark clouds and sparkling thunder. With a loud bang, a blood-red light perforated the vault of heaven, making it seem as if the sky was being torn apart. A bronze ghost coffin appeared in the skies, and above this coffin were 6 thick chains, each one held by demon-faced Azura spirit. As Lin Ming saw this, his complexion completely changed. It looks like the unexpected events from the 8,000-mile Black Swamp were truly related to the Temple of Marvels. Could it be that the entire Temple of Marvels was itself a trap? Lin Ming's mind raced and he quickly retold the scene he saw in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp to Old Man Good Fortune with a true essence sound transmission. However, this was simply useless. Old Man Good Fortune just didn't know what the true connection was between the Sea of Miracles and the eternal demon abyss. It was impossible for him to draw up any useful information from Lin Ming's description. Those 6 black evil spirits that are drawing that coffin are 6 refined Azura ghost slaves. Those 6 ghost slaves each have a quasi-emperor level strength. After being tempered for such a long time, their bodies are nearly indestructible, and with their strength combined together they are even stronger. This sort of Azura ghost slave is countless times more difficult and precious than those slaughter puppets that the Azura divine kingdom created. This is certainly not something that belongs to the inheritances of the Sky Spill continent. And the material of that bronze ghost coffin is a top-quality heavenly metal, great resisting profound bronze. It can even be used to produce a quasi-saint artifact treasure. It's impossible to gather this much of that material even in all the mines of the Sky Spill continent combined. Little friend Lin, we are in deep trouble this time. Within the Sky Spill continent, there was only a very small number of saint artifacts and quasi-saint artifacts. Nearly all of them were left over from ancient times 100,000 years ago. Even Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd and cosmic melting furnace were both found by the Demon Emperor in ancient ruins from 100,000 years past, finally ending up in Lin Ming's hands in the current era. It was nearly impossible for the Sky Spill continent to create saint artifacts and quasi-saint artifacts. One reason was that there weren't the necessary materials, and the second reason was that there weren't the legacy forging skills required. Bang bang bang! The ghost coffin shook and the entire dimensional realm seemed to tremble. As the chains struck the bronze coffin, it emitted a deafening clanging sound. Old Man Good Fortune's face was grim. He extracted a 4-foot-long sword from his spatial ring. He already had a foreboding feeling that this battle would be difficult. Catcher! A bloody thunder crashed down from the skies and the ghost coffin opened. A slender figure appeared from within the dazzling light. This was the strange and pale demon youth. He held a war lance in his hands as he slowly descended to the earth from the ghost coffin. As he walked on the ground, the lance point furrowed the earth, the scratches seeming as if they could cut through the will of all, giving people an uncomfortable feeling that they couldn't identify. "Hehe, the time for the great hunt has come," the pale youth said with a thoughtful smile. Although he looked around 20-some years old, his voice seemed old and decrepit, tinted with the flavor of the years. "Who are you?" Old Man Good Fortune stretched out his sword. As the sword tip touched the ground, space seemed to swirl around the sword blade, even twisting the cold light that emitted from the sword. Old Man Good Fortune was completely unable to see the cultivation of this pale youth in front of him. Moreover, this pale youth hadn't bothered to hide it. That only meant there were 2 possibilities. This pale demon youth's cultivation system was different from that of humanity, or he was a powerhouse above the divine sea realm. "Old man, I advise you not to waste your effort. Although you don't have much time left over, your cultivation is still decent for this trash continent. There still might be some uses in keeping you around." As the pale youth spoke, his figure suddenly stormed forwards. The purple lance in his hands pointed forwards and endless star light seemed to flow out from his lance point. As his lance thrust out, it made one feel as if they were facing the endless universe. Lin Ming's hands and feet went icy cold and he felt as if his soul had frozen. If just the pressure from this lance was so horrifying, then how terrifying would it be to directly face this? Old Man Good Fortune's expression was grim. He took a step back, seeming as if he were rewinding. The flow of time seemed to twist around his sword. As he slashed out, his strike carried with it the feeling of the years. The brilliant sword light that followed seemed as if it had come from the nothingness of ancient times. Wherever it went, plants would rapidly grow and blossom, die, and bloom once again. Concept of time, glory and withering of years. The pale youth's lance light intensely collided with Old Man Good Fortune's time-breaking sword light. However, there was no sound or light from that collision. Instead, it seemed as if everything was being annihilated into infinite nihility. Although there wasn't the terrifying explosion that was anticipated, this annihilating energy was even more terrifying. All light and material around this collision seemed to disappear, as if it never existed at all. In that moment, Lin Ming stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, and quickly retreated. Millimeter. As Lin Ming turned his head, he saw that the ghostly, black-dressed Yama had grasped a chain. And without any expression on their faces, had pulled it over Lin Ming. These were the evil spirits that pulled the coffin. Lin Ming's pupils contracted. With a sudden flick, the red spear in his hands swapped to the several 100,000 jin great desolate blood halberd. These 6 coffin-pulling evil spirits all had strength equal to a quasi-emperor-level martial artist. If it were Lin Ming from a year ago, who had just crossed life destruction, then it would have been impossible to defeat them. But now his strength had increased and he had also obtained the great desolate blood halberd. With halberd in hand, he was a god-slaughtering demon. Gate of pain, open. Lin Ming shouted out, the energy in his body revolving to the limit. The first 4 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates suddenly opened together and 2 million jins of strength completely burst out in the blink of an eye. A blinding divine light shined out from both of his hands, and 2 black energy-devouring vortexes appeared above his palms. This was exactly where the Gate of Pain was located. Lin Ming grasped the halberd in both hands and steadied his waist. His spine drew backwards like a stretched bow as a great force concentrated up his legs and waist. The several 100,000 jin great desolate blood halberd cut through a perfect arc as it smashed downward. Bang! The great desolate blood halberd pounded into the chains, emitting a deafening bang as space collapsed and the earth caved apart. The 20-foot-tall ghost slave and the chain it carried were actually swatted backwards by Lin Ming's halberd. But at the same time, the other 5 ghost slaves rushed up together. They held chains in their hands, and these chains were also the same material of the ghost coffin, great resisting profound bronze. Lin Ming had smashed away a single ghost slave, but it was impossible for him to simultaneously strike away 5 ghost slave. In this critical life or death moment, Lin Ming exploded with potential that surpassed his limit. Holding the halberd in one hand, he drew a crescent moon in the void. The power of space gathered on the great desolate blood halberd, forming a space storm. Great, countless cracks began to appear in space, as if a black mirror had been shattered. Law of annihilation, chain of stars. A halberd struck out. The power of space condensed into fragments, each filled with the power of a silver battle spirit. As it combined with the howling annihilating flames, this destructive attack fired towards the 5 ghost slave. This was the first time Lin Ming had used the great desolate blood halberd to display a martial skill. Before now he hadn't, because using the great desolate blood halberd consumed a great deal of energy. If he were to use a martial skill on top of this, then that would create an immense burden on his body. As for Sichu Yaoyu, even she had only driven the movement of the great desolate blood halberd, only using its weight to fight Lin Ming. But now in Lin Ming's hands, with his great 2 million jin strength and his second stage life destruction cultivation, he was finally able to use a martial skill with the great desolate blood halberd. Peng 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 peng. A series of metallic ringing sounds filled the skies, as if flying swords were striking against great copper bells. The 5 tempered Azura ghost slaves had bodies as tough as divine metal. The space fragments exploded in succession as they slammed into their bodies. This was the superiority of these ghost slave puppets. It was impossible for a flesh and blood being, no matter how they trained, to have such a terrifying defensive power. Let me see just how tough you are. Lin Ming's eyes turned blood red. Not only did he have the space fragment attack of Chain of Stars, but there was also the great desolate blood halberd itself. He took a sudden step forwards as the great desolate blood halberd thundered forwards. A cold, bloody light directly impacted into the skies, illuminating the stars. Ha! With a loud shout, and with the support of a martial skill, the silver battle spirit-infused great desolate blood halberd smashed into the chest of a ghost slave. Just freely dropping the great desolate blood halberd could shatter a mountain ridge. With Lin Ming's enormous strength behind it, the power of this strike could be imagined. Bang! Like a meteor crashing into the ground, a terrifying explosive sound resounded throughout the entire world. The ghost slave's chest collapsed after being pounded by Lin Ming's halberd, all of its organs bursting apart. Its body hurtled backwards, instantly sent back hundreds of miles before colliding into a far-off mountain peak in the dimensional realm. After that, the entire mountain peak collapsed into a rumbling avalanche. Bang, bang, bang. Countless massive stones plummeted to the ground. That ghost slave had been miserably smashed to death by Lin Ming's halberd. After this strike, Lin Ming's arm was still shaking. The glorious light emitting from the gate of pain on his palms flickered. It was obvious he had consumed a great deal of energy just now. One reason was that using a martial skill with the great desolate blood halberd required a massive amount of energy. But the second and more important reason was that the great desolate blood halberd was not like the long spear that he had been using. It had no flexibility. With every strike he made, he would have to withstand a terrible counter-shaking strength without any buffer. This was also the reason why Sichu Yaoyu was shaken to the point of vomiting blood after exchanging several dozen strikes with Lin Ming. Now, even though Lin Ming had opened the first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates, and his strength was as powerful as a dragon with 2 million jins of strength, it was still hard for him to withstand the shock of smashing the halberd against this Azura puppet's body, which was like a massive lump of divine metal. The web of his palm was near the point of cracking apart. At this moment, Old Man Good Fortune's true essence sound transmission suddenly sounded out in his ears. "Little friend Lin, you leave, old me can barely defend myself as it is, there is no way I can protect you." Lin Ming looked up and saw that Old Man Good Fortune and that strange ghostly green youth had already flown 10,000 feet in the air, engaged in a vicious battle. Every strike of that strange youth spurred starlight, but every move from Old Man Good Fortune shattered the void. Facing such a level of existence, Lin Ming knew that he would only be a burden if he remained. On the other hand, if he ran away, then Old Man Good Fortune would be able to have fewer scruples. Chapter 882, Divine Tree. Chapter 882, Divine Tree. Roar. Roar. The 5 surviving Azura ghost slaves emitted cacophonic cries as they wildly hurtled towards Lin Ming. Although this sort of Azura ghost slave only had the strength of a quasi-emperor, their bodies were as solid as divine iron. Killing them was several times more difficult than killing a normal quasi-emperor. Although Lin Ming had killed an Azura ghost slave, the web of his palm had shaken to the point that it nearly tore apart. If he wanted to kill these 5 ghost slaves, then he might have to trade his right hand in the process. In the current situation, it was absolutely a bad idea to injure himself. As he saw the 5 ghost slaves surround him, he loudly shouted out, and the highly compressed power of thunder and fire within the heretical god sprout erupted. The burning star flame and the 9 heavens thunder soul joined together. Penetrating rainbow. Whoosh. In that moment, a brilliant divine light lit up the dark and hazy skies. Lin Ming became one with his halberd, turning into a ray of light as he cut across the infinite skies. Bang! With a sound of crackling thunder, a ghost slave was struck in the chest by Lin Ming's halberd. The forceful impact and energy waves blew it away like a piece of flimsy straw. The ghost slave's ribs shattered. Lin Ming felt an intense pain in both of his arms as blood spurted from his palms. His speed suddenly slowed. At this time, he could feel a deep killing intent erupt from behind him. Lin Ming didn't need to turn his head to know that 4 thick chains were already shooting towards him. Lin Ming didn't even have time to receive his weapon and meet this new barrage of attacks. Concept of time. At this critical moment, an invisible energy field erupted from Lin Ming, covering those 4 chains. For a brief period, the chains seemed as if they had fallen into a swamp, their speed drastically plummeting. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming didn't even look back. Space shrank beneath his feet. With the Gate of Wonder opened, his speed reached the extreme. With the Gate of Wonder combined with golden rock shattering the void, even an early divine sea powerhouse would lose to Lin Ming in speed. By the time the 4 chains struck his location, Lin Ming had already appeared dozens of miles away, instantly leaving their encirclement. And at this time, in the high skies, Old Man Good Fortune's battle with the strange demon youth was reaching a burning crescendo. In terms of true essence magnitude, Old Man Good Fortune was actually inferior to the strange demon youth. But by relying on his elusive time laws, he was able to force the battle into a reluctant tie. This caused the strange demon youth to seethe with anger. Although the strange demon youth had used a secret technique to escape the Sea of Miracles and reach the Sky-Spill continent, causing his strength to greatly weaken, it angered him to be halted here by a pathetic old man who couldn't even handle the divine realm. Just die already. A purple tattoo on the back of the strange demon youth lit up with a bright purple light. The true essence currents behind him condensed into the phantom of a giant hydra. So you were part of the Hydra clan. Old Man Good Fortune sucked in a deep breath. The Hydra clan clansmen of the divine realm had the bloodline of the Hydra flowing within them. This could also be called one of the so-called divine bodies of the Sky-Spill continent. The Hydra clan could be considered a large influence within the divine realm. Their clansmen were valiant and battle-skilled, with an inborn affinity to the power of stars. Of course, this didn't mean that the strange demon youth in front of him was from the divine realm. The Hydra clan was the same as the ancient Phoenix clan. Because they continued to grow and blossom through the endless years, producing countless children, they had many disciples go to worlds in the lower realms to form minor collateral branches. To force me to use the power of my bloodline, I have actually underestimated you. The strange demon youth had already been weakened by leaving the Sea of Miracles. Using the power of his bloodline at this time would put a tremendous burden on his body. He hadn't wanted to do this, but now that the battle had dragged on until now and he still couldn't overcome Old Man Good Fortune, his temper had finally exploded. Snake swallows the universe. The strange demon youth lifted his lance high up into the air and the Hydra phantom behind him emitted an earth-shattering roar. At this time, Old Man Good Fortune grimaced. He didn't use his sword. Instead, he took out a pale white bead from his spatial ring. Old Man Good Fortune bit down on the tip of his tongue and sprayed a fine mist of blood on this white bead. With a hissing sound, the blood was absorbed by the white bead. The strange demon youth's eyes immediately widened. A heaven-perishing bead? You actually have a heaven-perishing bead. A heaven-perishing bead was able to massacre a divine sea master and all martial artists below that. Even a divine realm genius that had reached the divine sea might perish if they were not careful. And if one used their blood essence to reinforce it, the might was that much greater. A sense of fear and crisis suddenly rose within the demon youth's heart. This damned old fellow. He suddenly drew backwards, but at this time the heaven-perishing bead exploded. Bang! A flash of blazing white light swept through the skies, encapsulating everything in explosive shockwaves. Ho! Lin Ming broke through several dimensional realms in a single breath. As he reached this new dimensional realm, he had no idea where he was. They aren't chasing me. Lin Ming's speed was too fast. It wasn't a surprise that the Azura ghost slaves hadn't been able to catch him, but could he have just escaped the tracking of the strange demon youth like this? Lin Ming felt this was a bit incredible. For a powerhouse of this level, especially one with such a powerful divine sense, it was possible that they had a method to search him out. It was only because he was fighting Old Man Good Fortune at this time, so he couldn't divert attention to these matters. I must hurry and leave this Temple of Marvels. The strength of the powerhouses in the Temple of Marvels had far surpassed his imagination. If he stayed, there was nothing he could do against them. He wouldn't even be able to raise the smallest of waves. Although he desired to know the secret of the Sea of Miracles, ensuring he survived here was the most important thing. As for whatever secret there was, he could wait until he was powerful enough and then return in the future. I can only return backwards following the road in my memories. If the arrangement of space here hasn't changed then I can leave, but if it has then I'll be in danger. Lin Ming grit his teeth, chose the best direction, restrained his energy, and then quickly shuttled through the many-dimensional arrays. One world after another passed before him. Although they seemed similar, they formed a three-dimensional map in Lin Ming's mind, neatly ordered together. After I pass through here, I should reach the dark forest I traveled through before. As Lin Ming thought this, he stepped into a new world. As he saw the scene before him, his complexion changed. In this new world, the skies were gloomy and overcast, with thunder rolling in between them. The ground underneath him was an endless black swamp, and at the farthest distance he could see, there was a great divine tree that pierced through the heavens. The crown of this tree was wreathed in endless arcs of purple electricity. This world simply had no relationship at all with the world he had been in before. This was the first time that Lin Ming had entered into this world. Did I remember incorrectly? Or was I forcefully led to this world by someone else? Or perhaps the arrangement of worlds within the Temple of Marvels was constantly shifting to begin with? Lin Ming's mind raced with all these thoughts, his expression solemn. With his memory, it was highly unlikely that he had remembered incorrectly, leaving only the latter two options. Regardless, either situation was bad for him, particularly if someone led him here with sinister intentions in mind. If so, then he was already a mouse in their cage, there would be no way for him to escape. Lin Ming grit his teeth and flew forwards. This current world was similar to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Although he had a faint foreboding feeling in his heart, he wouldn't just sit here and wait for death to reach him. What a tall and massive tree. It soars straight into the skies and galvanizes the power of thunder within the highest heavens. How mysterious is that? As Lin Ming looked at this great tree, it seemed to connect the heavens and earth. The Sea of Miracles was also named the Ocean of Endless Storms, so it was reasonable to assume that a mammoth amount of power of thunder also flooded the Temple of Marvels. But he never imagined that this would be able to breed such a divine tree. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.